would improve parental support and teacher pay in Arizona.
As a daughter of a public school teacher, I have always supported additional funding for our wonderful and dedicated, hardworking public school teachers across Arizona.
She also stressed her support for the voucher program, and when asked if she would debate current state schools chief Tom Horn,
absolutely, 100%. I love debates. Looking forward to the day.
Yee has been serving as state treasurer since 2018. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
The National Weather Service has released its official 2025 monsoon outlook, and it looks promising. National Weather Service meteorologist Paige Konechny says the forecast shows a potentially wetter summer.
There is a 33 to 50% chance of above normal precipitation across Arizona except for the Yuma area.
Forecasters say we had a drier than average winter, which can influence a more active monsoon. The outlook is also predicting, unfortunately, higher than normal temperatures this summer. The monsoon officially begins June 15th. It lasts until September 30th.
Highlight on housing.
Home values in Phoenix are down nearly 3% compared to last April, the fifth largest drop among major metros, according to Zillow. Zillow senior economist Kara Ng says a flood of new listings is leveling the playing field for buyers.
The number of homes available on the market is up almost 38% from last year in Phoenix, and that's almost double what we see nationally. Phoenix buyers have more options to choose from than any time since May of 2019.
Ng says despite more options and more time to make a decision, many buyers didn't take the bait, with pending sales down 5% from a year ago. According to a new study, a majority of mothers of younger children say they are not in a healthy mental space now compared to several years ago. In 2016, nearly 40% of the mothers surveyed said their mental health was excellent. But in 2023, that number dropped to 25.8%. More now from ABC News chief medical correspondent Dr. Tara Narula. She says more mothers describe their mental health as fair and poor.
We have to get rid of the mom guilt. So I hear so many women, myself included, who say I can't take an hour out of my day away from my kids to do things like exercise or take a walk or focus on my sleep or maybe meet with friends because we feel guilty, right? That has to move up on our priority list.
This research was published in JAMA Internal Medicine and surveyed a little more than 189,000 mothers with kids ranging from ages 0 to 17. President Trump signaling more frustration with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the war in Ukraine. The president talked to both Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky recently, but the restarting of talks to end the war has fizzled. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers with the latest.
President Trump was asked if he still believes Russian President Putin actually wants to end the war with Ukraine.
We're going to find out whether or not he's tapping us along or not. And if he is, we'll respond a little bit differently, but it'll take about a week and a half, 2 weeks.
The president again expressing his frustration with Russia's continued attacks.
I'm very disappointed at what happened a couple of nights now where people were killed in the middle of what you would call a negotiation.
But asked about the potential consequences for Russia, the president wouldn't say. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Let's take a look at the roads now. We have Kate Orta live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, we've got a crash on the eastbound Loop 101 at 35th Avenue in Phoenix, and in Scottsdale, a wreck on the northbound Loop 101 at Raintree Drive. That's currently got the HOV and left lanes blocked as crews respond, and that is causing slowing back to Cactus Road. This traffic report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Mike Broomhead at Arrowhead AMC June 12th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. You can show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. That's traffic. Kate Orta, KTAR News.
We're expecting 103 for our high, 75 overnight, 104 tomorrow, and climbing to 107 on Friday. Right now in Paradise Valley, it is 99 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Becky Lynn.
Yes?
You ever have to fight a losing battle? You got to stand up for a position and you think you're probably not going to win this one.
But because you made it, you feel like you need to...
Well, let me just at least justify how I got here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I guess so.
That was me today.
Why? What?
If I were to ask you, do you think of yourself as a blue-collar worker or a white-collar worker?
I think...
See, it's not so cut and dry, is it?
I don't fix cars, put roofs on houses.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting in a cushy, air-conditioned office.
Absolutely.
I think I'm a white-collar
You think
worker.
of yourself as white-collar.
Yeah.
All right.
Job well done.
Joe?
What am I?
Yeah.
Well, I fight this battle you describe almost every single day, other than today. But I'm a white-collar worker.
Okay. Yeah. See, my position was we're blue-collar. Now, Joe actually is like the lowest tier of management here, too. So I said that part of your job is white-collar because you're managing people. I said, but as far as what we're doing, we're producing. We're pushing buttons.
Yeah.
We're actually making the product.
I broke a fingernail pushing a button.
Thoughts and prayers.
Injuries.
Yeah. I mean, you actually have to do something, right, in order to make the product that people are coming for.
But I'm not sweating it out. I consider that more.
Okay, and that's what Joe said too.
Yeah.
And I understand that argument, which is why, again, I feel like I'm fighting the losing battle here because I think most people probably define it the same way. I just, for the sake of argument, we had one of the guys here who, incidentally, one of our other coworkers said that, well, if there's blue collar in the building, it's the engineers because they have the workshop. They're they're working on the computers and they go to the tower and things like that. So we asked one of them, "What do you consider yourself?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm white collar. I'm in an air conditioned place. I'm salaried. I got a degree. I have certificates. I work in a He says I'm. So we pulled it up on. We asked two different AIs. What's the difference? Manual labor, skilled trades, right? So vocational, right? As far as examples, construction workers, electricians, factory workers, mechanics, plumbers.
For blue collar,
blue collar. These are all trades, right? White collar, office based, administrative, or professional. We asked our HR department, what are we? She says, we consider you white collar because we consider your jobs to be professional jobs, professional trades. She's HR. That obviously we would say is white collar, right? Okay. All right. So accountants, managers, engineers, software developers, lawyers, those are all considered white collar jobs. Education, vocational training for blue collars, apprenticeships, certifications, not always a college degree. When it comes to white collar, usually a college degree or professional qualifications. I have none. I have dropped out of some of the most mid-directional schools across the country.
No, but come on, be real.
I am. You want me to list them off?
No.
Okay.
You also have tons of skills, and you have worked at some of the finest radio stations in the country as well.
I have been dismissed from some of the finest radio stations in the country.
Well, we've kept you here for over a year.
Should I give you a list of those stations that I no longer work for?
You learned a lesson at every step of the way there.
Okay.
My favorite part of your diatribe so far, I don't think you saw it. I've never seen Paul laugh so hard as when you said that I am the lowest level manager here. And I don't know if Paul laughed because he found it to be true.
It sounded like a dig.
Or he felt like, wow, Joe's the lowest level manager. What does that make me who kind of has to deal with him?
Yeah. But Paul's in for Pablo today. We found, we got Pablo and then we got Paul. And Paul also is...
Exactly.
Slightly below Joe, I guess, when he's on the board, and it's a very confusing position that we're in. Anyway, so I'm fighting from my back foot basically on this one because AI says basically you're white collar.
Once in a while, I get one right.
Which, according to the CEO of Anthropic, which is an AI company, that means you are all fired.
You too.
No, because I maintain I'm blue collar.
Oh, I gotcha.
Hey, let me ask you this.
All the white-collar jobs are going away.
Hey, let me ask you this, Becky Lynn.
Okay.
Smarty pants.
Okay.
All right. Mechanic, blue collar, white collar?
Blue collar.
Okay, blue collar. Why is that?
Because they work on cars.
They get dirty.
Air conditioning. Yeah, there's grease involved.
They're laborers.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So they gotta repair things. They gotta put things back together. Their hands get dirty. They work long hours. Right. Okay. What's a surgeon? They repair things. Their hands get dirty. They work long hours. Is the difference a certificate versus a degree?
I think it's a salary a lot of times, too.
Well,
doctors are nothing more than mechanics.
I'll be honest with you. I agree with you on that.
Thank you.
I have often said a doctor or a lawyer has to go to a, quote, trade school in order to do their trade. They have to go intern. They have to learn under other people. They have to apprentice.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And doctors, what are they? They're no different than HVAC, computer repairmen, mechanics.
Just that it's your body versus...
That's it.
Yeah.
I think it's the way the profession is looked at, too.
Well, that's true, but they are. Yeah, they're body mechanics.
That's it. That's all they are. So just keep that in mind the next time the
say
doctor starts thinking
all.
they're fancier than you.
You know, though, if the car doesn't get fixed, it's not quite the same outcome.
And if you go to some of the ones that my wife goes to, she always gets upsold. She says, yeah, they told me I had to put in this special stuff. It's called Botox. Then I go, honey, I don't think you need to have that. She says, no, it's like synthetic oil. And I go, okay, well, I get that. Throw that synthetic oil in there. So the CEO of Anthropic, this one of the AI places.
Startup.
Yeah. And this guy has got a lot of power, right? I mean, he's up there with some of the big players in the AI field.
Mm-hmm.
He puts out this, I'm going to call it a warning. Axios called it a warning. Joe said, no, it's just a reality. And that is, he says, AI companies and government need to stop sugarcoating what's coming. The possible mass elimination of jobs across technology, finance, law, consulting, and other white-collar professions, especially entry-level gigs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound great if you're white-collar.
No,
it sounds like if you went to trade school, you actually have more security right now than these white-collar guys when it comes to AI.
I think blue-collar is getting the axe even quicker than
Except
the
the
white-collar.
doctors, because for some reason they're still considered...
They're white-collar.
Yeah.
Blue-collar's totally getting the hose on this one.
Blue-collar's getting the hose?
Way quicker than white-collar, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
AI can't fix my car.
Blue-collar's looked at as lower skill than white-collar.
I know, but what happened when the pandemic hit? All of a sudden, lower skill became essential workers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Here's the other thing I would say, too. A few weeks ago, we were talking a little bit about AI.
Yeah.
And you painted the picture. You said, yeah, some jobs are going to go away, but the reality is we don't even know the new ones that could be created.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's some of what's going on here as well. Yeah, we could lose 20% of the jobs that are out there now.
Yeah.
But what 20% will be created in the next couple of years when AI does roll through and whacks a fifth of our workforce?
We don't know.
We don't.
We really don't know. In fact, we were having this conversation about how mechanizing some systems have eliminated jobs. And so when Mike was talking about this when I was on his show, Mike Broomhead, and he said, "Do you remember when they broke up Ma Bell?" And he said, all of a sudden, all of the telephone operators went away, and you just dialed your code, and the computers took care of getting you. You no longer had to ring up and say, "Can you connect me to Pennsylvania 6500?" So all of a sudden, operators, that job pretty much vanished. And yet, you know what happened with operators? Operators came in when the telephone arrived, which meant that all of a sudden, all those guys that were tapping out code in order to send your wires, Western Union,
plugging in.
Yeah, they eliminated all those Western Union guys who were tapping out code on the lines. And you know what the Western Union guys did? They replaced the Pony Express. Right, so all of these jobs, we continue to see technology advance, and one job replaces the next.
They became postal workers?
And then they all became postal workers. Yeah, that's exactly right. No. The Pony Express was no longer necessary because if you had to have a message sent rapidly, you had wire, right?
Sure.
To get there fast. The slow postal service was still there. Train delivery that would take you a week or two to get across the country, that was still there. So as we see technology advance, new jobs emerge.
Yep.
Old jobs go away. Somebody had to maintain the telephone poles. Somebody's got to maintain the telephone lines. Somebody's got to lay new lines. Somebody's going to have to be building new product, new parts for the machinery. Somebody's going to have to be developing new ways to create the energy necessary to run AI. Somebody's going to have to figure out how to make this energy cleaner. There will be jobs created. The question is, are they going to be entry-level jobs? Are they going to be non-college degree jobs? Or are we going to start having to see some very specialized STEM-type programs in order to adapt as a society to something like AI? The CEO, Amode, is that how we're saying his name?
Yeah,
Amode?
I had Amade.
Amade? Okay. A-M-O-D-E-I, and I apologize if I'm getting the name wrong. He said they just rolled out the latest versions of their own AI, which can code at near human levels, said the technology holds unimaginable possibilities to unleash mass good and bad at scale. He says this: cancer is cured, the economy grows at 10% a year, the budget is balanced, and 20% of people don't have jobs. That's one very possible scenario rattling in his mind as AI power expands exponentially. Maybe that's one of the reasons that we have a great number of people that say, let's put the brakes on things. According to a Harris poll, 77%, more than 3/4 of Americans want companies to slow down, put the brakes on when it comes to developing AI. In fact, fewer than 1/4 of Americans want companies to develop AI quickly to speed through breakthroughs. CEOs, investors, and tech companies have pushed the narrative of a do-or-die AI race, but most people would rather get AI right than be there first. In fact, the older you get, the more likely you are to say, pump the brakes on this.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why do the majority of Americans think AI is advancing too quickly? In fact, wasn't that Elon Musk's thing, move fast and break stuff?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. All right, we'll find out why that is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The National Weather Service has released the 2025 monsoon outlook, and the forecast is leaning toward a more active monsoon. The Climate Prediction Center says we're looking at possibly a 33 to 50% chance of above normal precipitation for most of the state and the valley. This forecast is a welcome prediction after several years in a row of drier than average monsoons. But along with a better chance of rain, the outlook is also calling for above normal temperatures throughout the summer. Monsoon season kicks into gear June 15th and runs through September 30th. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on the forecast right now, we're heading for 103 today. By Friday, 107. We're at 101 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Or why? Talking AI today. Why do the majority of Americans think AI is advancing too quickly? Joe, you want to take a stab at this? We just talked about the CEO of Anthropic who says that, hold on, we might see unemployment skyrocket as AI is going to replace a bunch of white-collar jobs. I still think blue-collar jobs are going to be the last to be replaced because AI is not building bridges. AI is not repairing my car. If we take your definition of blue-collar versus white-collar and you think labor, yeah, exactly, then AI isn't digging ditches.
No.
AI is not out there doing the stuff that needs to be done to advance society. AI could do the things that are keeping, graduate fancy pants in work.
But Waymo doesn't even have anybody in a car now, and they're driving you around.
All right. Do you think of a driver as blue collar or white collar?
I think of a taxi cab or a ride share as a blue collar.
Okay.
I think of somebody who works in fast food primarily as blue collar.
Do you think they're going to be replaced by AI
I think
or robotics?
Isn't that a little bit of both? I think
there's a difference. I think AI can maybe
what if you walk up
robotics,
to order and you spit out your order and
in a kiosk like they have at McDonald's?
Yeah. You walk up there, you dictate your order. Hey, I'll take a fry, a hamburger, and nuggets.
Okay.
And something gobbles it up, spits it to the back where robots and whatnot make it. I think it's a combination of those things.
All right.
The biggest thing for me in terms of why we feel like AI is going too quickly, if I looked at a pie chart, I would say fear, numero uno. I think we are afraid that it's going to take our job. It's going to affect us. That's the big one. I would say that's 75% of this.
How much of that do you suppose is related to just not knowing what AI really is? Or not having an understanding of how it works?
Great question. What percentage?
Yeah, what percentage? Yeah, you're rubbing off on me in bad ways.
What percentage is because we don't know? I'm going to say 60%.
Okay.
We just don't understand it. Our understanding of ChatGPT to this point is we type stuff in a box and we get answers back. And it could be, hey, create a cool logo for me that involves this and this. Or it could be, what's the difference between white collar and blue collar?
Yeah.
It could be all kinds of different things. That's how we're thinking of AI for the most part.
I think a lot of us think of it as a tool or a toy.
Yeah.
Right? We don't necessarily think of it as a replacement, but we keep hearing all these different stories.
Well, and that's both tool and toy, isn't it? The examples I just listed? Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not job taker.
Right. That's job enhancement, right? Enhance versus replace. And I think part of the reason that we are fearful, and I'm going to accept your your definition here, largely the biggest reason that we say slow down is because we're fearful, and we go, you got to get it right. We don't even know what it is or what it can do. We just say you got to get it right.
Well, we're fine if it fires everybody out there as long as it doesn't fire us.
That's human nature, right? Self-preservation.
Yeah, do you know how important my job is?
I think naivete, the lack of really getting what it does, is the big reason that drives that. So the unknown is scary, and we don't understand AI. We don't understand the abilities. We don't understand the limitations. We don't understand just how much it could possibly do. I don't understand quantum physics, but I don't fear it. Until somebody tells me quantum physics is a black hole. If we have too much quantum physics, we're going to have black holes. And if we have black holes, we all die. Then I go, we should stop quantum physics.
That, I think, is the underlying. I think you've got the fear is kind of above the surface. And then I think you've got the naivete below.
That's what causes the fear.
Yeah.
I think
so. It's the big thing with psychology that drives a lot of us is a lack of control. Did you just mention that?
And I think that's great.
I think we don't feel like we have control of this. I can't stop AI from coming. I don't entirely understand it. And I've got some fear, and I don't control what it's going to do. Is somebody sitting in a lab designing a program that could take my job and replace me tomorrow? Could it be Chris and AI chatbot Zort? Chris and Zort?
Well,
you ready to work with Zort?
It might be.
Yeah, believe me, I think you'd do great with Zort. Zort would zing you way better than Zing.
You just mentioned we don't understand. What causes fear? Things we don't understand.
Yeah.
Lack of control. So is there a point, though, where we take a leap of faith? And I ask that.
And do what?
Embrace. I don't understand AI. I don't control AI, but I understand based on what others are telling me that this is the future. In other words, I don't understand how the car drives itself.
Yeah.
I don't have any control when the car is driving itself, but I'm going to get into that Waymo because I'm going to take a leap of faith that everyone else that is working on it is right.
How's the saying go? It's something like, once all hope is lost. There's something like that.
I don't know. You want me to just throw that into Copilot and find out?
Sure. Let's see. Saying once all hope is lost. There's something with this.
It says
this is when all hope is lost. There is still always hope. No, that is not what I was going for. But no, it's like once all hope is lost, we have acceptance or something like that. So yeah, I think once all hope is lost, and why are you laughing at me?
I'm laughing at AI because I said
answers it came up with.
Yeah. So what's the saying? Once all hope is lost. And it's a common saying that captures that feeling. Despite all hope is lost, is clutching at straws. No, that's not what I wanted. No, that gives me a bunch of synonyms.
No,
Thanks, AI. You suck.
I feel like once all hope is lost, all you can do is embrace what's there. And what's the other alternative?
Get ahead of the curve.
Curl up into a ball and die?
No, think about this. You don't have any control. Maybe you don't understand how space works, but somebody is going to get onto Apollo, right? Somebody is going to get on the front of that rocket, and they're going to say, I am taking a leap of faith. I'm going to have courage, and I'm going to go forward into the great unknown. I think that's what is going to drive things. As far as the majority of us, self-preservation. We want to slow things down. It's the fear. We get all these bad news headlines, including the one from Axios with the guy from Anthropic, which is one of the AI companies, saying this is going to wipe out 20% of the jobs. We get warnings from insiders like that. And we also know that if AI advances too fast, we fear some of the other consequences. More specifically, how is this going to ruin me? I had another story about AI becoming really good at sending out spam. Phishing emails are cleaning up all the typos. So you get those emails that are like, hi, this is your bank. And it'll have the bank logo and it'll say you need to click here, but there's typos in it, right? The English isn't very good. All those things that we've been taught to watch for in our emails to prevent us from doing something dumb, AI is cleaning that up. So we've been conned. Every time we turn around, somebody's trying to take advantage of us. They want to steal our info. They want to steal our money. And we get these incessant spam and fraud emails. And we see how bad actors are using technology for evil. And that AI in the hands of those bad actors is going to make that even worse. But also, somebody in the back of our head is going, well, maybe AI is going to help us identify that stuff more easily. But we don't worry about the advantages. We worry about the dangers. I think self-preservation, that fear is because of self-preservation, which is why we want things to slow down. It's fair to worry about the impacts of AI in your daily life, on your career, on the threats that it poses. AI is not quite at the level where it can replace us all yet. Although, would you say Zordak or whatever?
Zort
will replace Joe shortly. We're going to give that a shot later on in June. You're about to hear about one profession where AI should be a game-changing tool, but instead it's landing people in hot water. That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Knowledge is power. What if I told you that a simple scan could save your life? Chris and I just have been talking about, courage, hope, AI for the last few minutes here. I got a full body scan at Lifeguard Imaging 2 weeks ago. It took 4 minutes. And in just a few days, I got my results back and got the knowledge that I was seeking. No cancers, no signs of heart disease, just peace of mind. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. That's 602-483-4837. The great team at Lifeguard Imaging use high-accuracy CT scans. They can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late, giving you time to take action and do something about it. You can know about heart disease before you have a heart attack. You can detect the deadly cancer before a late-stage diagnosis. Even with a healthy physical, there could be internal, undetected issues going on inside your body. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you're going to receive a free heart scan. If not for yourself, do it for your loved ones. Get to lifeguardimaging.com or call that phone number, 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837 today. It could save you or a loved one's life. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Watch and listen to all KTAR shows. Get exclusive interviews, podcasts, and highlights live or on demand. Anytime and from anywhere on the KTAR YouTube channel. Find KTAR News on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, it's Wolf for Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. Celebrating 75 years here in the Valley, the #1 landscape design build company in Arizona, according to Ranking Arizona. They have got a free complimentary consultation, and they roll out the red carpet for their customers from the first time you visit them. They will sit down with you and talk about a pool, a spa, or redesigning your entire outdoor space. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the work. You're going to love them. creativeenvironments.com.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection.
Awesome. Yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices. Plus, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show. This weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. So how do you navigate today's volatile market for your clients? All this tariff talk is making markets a little wobbly, Stuart.
And it's making people crazy.
Yeah.
The first thing that people need to do is set aside their politics and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
So how do you achieve that?
Well, we're not like other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help get us to our goal to provide stability and growth to our portfolios.
That's impressive, and that's why I'm a client of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you want to get started too and check out to see if your portfolio is in line with your personal risk tolerance, go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Get out!
Obviously, I would have done the same thing for anyone else, any community member.
A woman's lucky to be alive after a Goodyear police officer saved her from a car fire on Saturday night. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with more on what that officer has to say about the event.
The car was fully engulfed in the flames when Officer Dakota Berry arrived at the collision. He knew there was someone alive inside because she was repeatedly honking the horn. He quickly broke the driver's side window and pulled her to safety.
So the tool I used was a glass breaker tool. Essentially, breaks the glass on any vehicles for any vehicle extractions. I ended up sustaining some injuries to my hand from rescuing the driver out of the vehicle with the flames.
The woman's hair was on fire when Officer Berry removed her from the car. She is hospitalized and recovering from burn injuries. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Eyes on education.
There's a new challenger for the top Arizona education official. Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, the Republicans running for the role of state schools chief in the 2026 election. Yee says when it comes to the voucher program, current state superintendent Tom Horn is stepping over the line, and she would bring the program back to where it should be. Current superintendent Tom Horn responding now to Yee's claims he's overreaching on the voucher program. He says he supports school choice but believes the program needs limits for spending.
And if Kim Yee were elected and she just paid anything as she says she would do, she would be contributing to the destruction of a program that I think is very important for parents and students.
Horn says funding should only be allowed to be used for valid educational expenses. Not snakes, but pigeons on a plane, and Delta says the birds delayed a flight from Minneapolis to Madison, Wisconsin, twice on Saturday night. According to one passenger, the birds were flying around the cabin. One of them was caught by the ground crew when the plane returned to the gate. And then after readying for takeoff again, the other one appeared and had to be captured by a passenger. Delta says it took nearly an hour to debird the plane. Checking on traffic now, we've got Kate Orta in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, trouble on the Loop 101. We've got a wreck on the Loop 101 eastbound near 7th Avenue, or 7th Street, rather. That's blocking the left and right lanes and causing slowing back to 7th Avenue. On the eastbound Loop 101 at 59th Avenue, the right lane is blocked by a stalled vehicle. Also a crash on the southbound Loop 101 on the Broadway Road on-ramp, and a wreck on the northbound Loop 202 at Baseline Road. On our surface streets, we've got a crash involving a bicycle 51st Avenue and Greenway, and a vehicle fire 24th Street at the Loop 202. The traffic report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular deals available at your Valley Chevy dealers. That's traffic. Kate Orta, KTAR News.
103 should be the high today, 75 tonight, at 104 tomorrow, before climbing to 107 on Friday. In Maricopa, it's 102. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and if it's Wednesday, it's the War Room. A political symposium, if you will. Join us at 5 for the War Room. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app.
Do we clean that up or do we let that go?
Oh, we can clean that up and use that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, okay.
Adam reached out to us. He had a great email about blue and white collar.
Okay.
He said...
we were talking about the difference between blue collar and white collar.
Yeah, he said, how do you know if you're a blue collar worker or a white collar worker?
Yeah, just get to the punchline. I already set up the joke. Come on, man. This is why you're going to be replaced by Zork. Zort.
Maybe you're going to be replaced by Zork, and it'll be Zork and Zort.
All right.
He said, well, a blue collar worker washes his hands before going to the bathroom.
Oh.
Tradesman joke, he said.
All right.
That's what he said.
So does a blue collar worker not wash their hands after they go to the bathroom?
I think that's what he's implying.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do you understand the joke, Paul?
I mean, I definitely understand why you would do it beforehand, but why wouldn't you do it after? Am I wrong on that?
He didn't say you wouldn't do it after.
I think he implied it back. Well, why didn't he say and after?
Because it's a joke, and
what about
you
this?
guys are overthinking everything here.
Hey, Becky Lynn, I wear jeans to work. Does that make me blue collar now? Can I say blue? See, I feel like I'm at least a sky blue collar.
Okay.
I might not be blue. I might not be hard blue collar. I might not, but I don't think of myself as being white collar.
You forced me into being white collar because you told me I had to wear a sport coat every day.
Well, you are the lowest level management.
Thank you.
You are entry level management. Yes, you are. So
I'm middle management.
You are as
this is going to be such
Wait a minute.
a slap in the face.
You're the lowest level management.
Yes,
he says.
Who takes orders on what to wear from the blue collar workers sitting
That's
next
right.
to you.
Yeah.
He's the Volkswagen of luxury cars. That's what he is. Right? Is VW luxury brand or is that regular brand?
I am part German.
Okay. All right. I'm not so sure that AI is quite ready for prime time yet.
No?
No.
But we just said it's going to eliminate like up to 20% of the white collar workers.
That's according to one CEO.
Why do you not think it's ready for prime time?
Because we have numerous examples of AI might be on drugs.
So it's called, I guess, hallucinations.
It's on AI LSD.
Yeah, you were explaining this to me in our pre-show meeting.
Yeah, it just makes crap up.
Isn't AI using the stuff that's in the internet that we tell it to read? Why is it making stuff up?
Well, for instance, if you are an attorney and you need to cite previous cases that are germane to your argument,
case law,
you may not have something that is parallel. And can AI
cobble something together?
Will it be able to understand the nuance of law to say it may not be an apples to apples argument, but it is an oranges to grapefruit argument. It's in the ballpark, right? So AI just goes, oh, there isn't any case law on this specifically. I'll just make something up. And so it does. And you may have heard this story. This came out, it's been 2 years ago, I think.
So not like an actual court case. It completely manufactures something.
Total hallucination. Yeah. The most famous one was May 2023. Yeah, two years ago. Meta versus Avianca, where the law firm got caught citing fake cases generated by ChatGPT. And the judge was like, what is this? This is garbage. Now, since they got caught, people went, wait a minute. If people are using AI to help write their briefs and find these citations, which makes perfect sense. I mean, what makes a good lawyer from a bad lawyer is that they can make these arguments and they can cite case law and they can compare your oranges to grapefruits in order to make their arguments stick, right? This is what good attorneys do, but they have to have this vast knowledge base to be able to do that. With AI, you can load all of that case law in there, but can it put those things together? Probably can't weave them together. 20 court cases containing AI hallucinations found in just the past month alone, according to a new database that's created by a French lawyer and a data scientist whose name is Damien Charlatan.
That does not sound like a real person.
So it's funny you say that because as I'm reading this article from Mashable, I'm wondering to myself, is this entire article proving its own point by creating fake citations and fake studies?
It's funny you bring that up. Wasn't there a story, gosh, I'm going to say a year ago, could have been 6 months, could have been 2 years ago, that Sports Illustrated or some magazine out there was completely making up articles?
Yeah. There was.
How did that story go?
Let me tell you something.
I think you're right.
There's a story from last week where AI completely fabricated things and they got published in newspapers. Have you not heard this story?
I did see this, but it was some smaller newspapers.
No,
like
it was the Chicago Sun-Times and then another one. So it was the...
the Sun-Times is the biggest one, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the King's syndication that does all the comic strips and things like that.
They were giving a list of books to read or something.
Summer reading.
Yeah.
And only 5 of the books out of the 15
even exist.
Well, that's going to be easy reading then.
The authors are real.
That's my kind of reading list.
But the titles, and it even gave a synopsis.
That's crazy.
For the stories, and they do not exist.
Yeah.
And it had some other articles, and it made up people from colleges. So-and-so, the professor of leisure studies at Harvard, that person doesn't exist.
No, so we've got some work to do.
Now, how big a problem is it, especially when we're talking about white collar, we're talking about in-law? So we found 20 just in the last month alone, according to a study which we think is legitimate, although it's a French guy whose name is Charlatan, so that's kind of a red flag to me.
Who may or may not be real.
Yeah, we don't know. So what's going on in the court system? And suppose that you're being sued. Suppose that I'm suing you, Joe, for...
libel?
Yes. And I rely on my attorney Zork and Zorbach, right? And they're going
ZZZ.
They're going to the Chat GPT in order to help find some case law. You end up losing because of this case law that does not exist, but was written really well. And the courts go, that seems legit. No, I mean, how many paralegals are double checking the citations in somebody else's brief?
Clearly not enough. I mean, we had the story just last week about the gentleman who had passed away, who got to testify at his own trial.
Oh yeah, that was here. Yeah.
And yeah, he was dead.
Right.
And through AI, he was allowed to give a victim impact statement. And the judge was so moved by it that I believe the defendant got more time.
Yeah, and the judge said, no, that was really good. It's being appealed because of that.
Caused Arizona to look at this and say, hey, we need to figure out what our AI practices should be here. We've got people who aren't even alive anymore testifying.
Is AI too smart for its own good right now?
Or too devious that it's making things up.
We're saying help us out with this, and it's trying to accomplish the goal at any cost. Yeah. I mean, it's the kind of thing that you would do. If you're an attorney, you go, hey, you ask your paralegal, go find me these cases. And it's like a paralegal that goes, I can't find any cases, but I got to have something or else. I mean, is AI saying I have to satisfy the whims of my master or else, rather than just say case law does not exist?
But there should be some sort of fail-safe built in that the or else is, hey, I don't have anything else. Not I'll make it up.
I would think so, but maybe the 77% of Americans that say we need to slow down a little bit are right, because maybe this is an example of how this could have real-world impacts. Imagine you're found guilty of libel because of garbage that my AI made up in our court case, and all of a sudden you owe me, how much am I suing you for?
Probably $12.
Keep going. Add 6 zeros behind that. All right, you owe me.
Was that libelous?
You owe me $12 million, all based on nada. That seems problematic. For the majority of us, AI is more of a toy than a tool. Some people are going back to the early days of the internet to find entertainment with it. See if you think this trend is a good idea or not. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunker sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvise here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Fast-moving developments after President Trump's surprise decision to pardon reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley. Their release is expected later today. Here's ABC's Christiane Cordero in Washington.
We expect to see Todd Chrisley, who's serving a 12-year sentence in Florida, released from the Pensacola facility, and Julie Chrisley, who was sentenced to 7 years, released from her facility in Lexington, Kentucky. As for the why, the president hasn't specifically said why and certainly hasn't elaborated on it, but he has loosely referenced some convictions as harsh. We know he has categorized some as a weaponization of the Justice Department.
The couple who became famous for their show Chrisley Knows Best were sentenced in November 2022 to a combined 19 years in prison on charges including fraud and tax evasion. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. We are heading for 103 degrees later on this afternoon and 75 overnight. Right now, checking in to Chandler. It's 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, But now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn has a primary challenger. He talks about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:05.
Is this us? Are we on now?
I don't know. What's the AI say?
I was thinking during the break. I was talking to one of the guys on the newsroom.
Did it hurt?
Yeah, honestly, it did. And I was thinking, he said, you know what? With AI, we sort of lose our humanity. As Joe and I have been talking about advancements in artificial intelligence, we lose our humanity. If the calculator is doing the math, why do I need to understand addition and subtraction? Literacy rates are dropping right now. Latest study I saw said that 20% of Americans have a third grade or below literacy level.
Yeah, they can't read.
91% of us own cell phones, but only 80% of us can read beyond a third grade level. That's wild to me.
Mm-hmm.
And
you made a really good point about AI after that, too.
Yeah, the consequences thing?
Uh-huh.
That's where I'm going here.
Yeah.
So we are reliant on AI, but how much are we willing to continue to rely on AI? And I was talking in the newsroom about air traffic controller issues. Would you trust air traffic control if it were run by AI? We talk about a shortage of air traffic controllers. We've had a bit of an issue with air traffic controllers. Would you trust air traffic controllers if it were AI? And keep this in mind. There are no consequences to AI crashing your plane. What is the consequence to AI? Well, AI is not sentient.
Wouldn't somebody who designed
they would have consequences,
software
but
get
what
fired?
So what? They don't care.
The person who designed the software,
they care, but
don't
the
care?
AI itself does not care. We talked about it hallucinating and getting court cases wrong. Mm-hmm. And I said, how would you feel if I sued you and you lost because I was citing fake court cases because that's what AI did? The consequences are for you and I, not for the machine. Mm-hmm. The machine doesn't understand this. Joe, I'm going to take you back to a time in the 1980s. Now, I watch a lot of movies. There was a great movie. It was called Short Circuit. Johnny Five is alive.
I know it.
Do you remember when Johnny Five realized that there were consequences? And all of a sudden, he had to figure out, he learned that there was permanence.
Disassemble. Dead.
Hey, slow down.
Right? He was worried.
No disassemble.
Where are you going?
No disassemble.
Don't disassemble number 5.
That's when he realized there were consequences. AI doesn't have any consequences. So if AI is air traffic control, AI faces no consequences by deciding that there's a new make-believe landing strip. AI says, why don't you just head to that landing? It goes, I have to land this many planes. I have this many planes and this many landing strips in this amount of time. I can't do it. I'll just pretend there's a new landing strip. Plane crashes. What does AI care?
You know AI doesn't have any consequences, but what if AI is built to think that it does have consequences, that it is actually living, breathing, that it exists because we've birthed it into life, and if it messes up, we will take it away?
No, that's when it turns on us. Yes, it is.
No, so we can't breathe a disassemble function into AI?
No, because now you're playing God. You don't want that.
Well, we've already created this.
No. Because if all of a sudden it believes that there are consequences, it also believes then that there are goals that it should attain. And once it does that, it tries to take over humanity.
Yeah, the goals are to not kill us.
Wrong. The goals instantly become to kill us. I saw Terminator. I watch a lot of movies. Did you see the new trend online?
No.
With ChatGPT?
What?
People are loading pictures of themselves and they're going, ChatGPT, am I hot or not?
Oh, yeah, I saw this, yeah.
Remember in the 90s when you used to be able to upload a picture and then the internet
early Tinder.
It would tell you if you're hot or not?
No, you could just go on and pick whether or not people were hot or not.
Guess what's happening? You've got cosmetic companies that are like, hey, we saw that AI said you were unattractive.
Again,
we
tool
can help.
or toy.
Oh, it's fantastic. If you were to ask ChatGPT if Arizona is hot or not, it would say hot. It's always hot. The state is trying to help with that. And if you work in one of these jobs, not AI, you stand to benefit. Find out who's getting some love from the law next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Jess, co-founder of Bodify, your fat elimination experts. Have you done a cool sculpting consult before and it was just too pricey to pursue? Well, listen up. The game has changed. Cool Sculpting radically changed their pricing model, and we get to pass 100% of those savings directly to you. Believe me, this is huge. Trust the experts who have done 42,000 treatments and guarantee results. Book your free Cool Sculpting Discovery appointment today. Go to freezemeaz.com. That's freezemeaz.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hello, we're here with special guest Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and now filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Jeff, welcome.
Well, thanks for having me, Mike. It's always great to see you.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. A few of my good friends and colleagues are featured in the movie.
Yeah, that's right. Wolfley and Bruce, they got to share their stories in the film. And these stories are real, and they really matter.
Many of our listeners have their own financial stories. Jeff, what's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And what I can say is space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Rosie
Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the House, an Arizona tradition since 1988. Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the House.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
There's a new challenger for top Arizona education official, and KTAR's education reporter, Shira Tanzer, joins us live with the candidates' views on your child's schooling.
Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee is running for the role of state schools chief in the 2026 election. Yee, a Republican, filed a statement of interest in the race late last night, officially announcing her run this morning. Yee says when it comes to the voucher program, State Superintendent Horn is stepping over the line.
There is full government overreach coming out of the Department of Education at the hands of the state superintendent. And that means that he is determining how to administer the ESA program outside of his executive authority.
Yee also shared her support for increasing teacher pay and raising student achievement. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Current State Superintendent Tom Horn is now responding to Yee's claims of his overreach when it comes to the ESA program, explaining why he supports limits on spending using funding from the program.
I've had two principles. Number one, it has to be a valid educational expense. And number two, it has to be reasonable cost according to market prices.
Horn says if Yee removes any limits on voucher spending, it would be destructive to the program. Last week, during a presentation by APS about a fuel surcharge increase, Commissioner Renee Lopez noticed something not right about the math. Commissioner Lopez joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about why he knew to double-check APS's math.
Math causes a lot of people to stumble, so it's one of those that's kind of an easy check and a validation point as our role as regulators to make sure that others are doing their math right.
Lopez says he does not believe the error to be intentional, and in fact, the error benefited APS customers and actually hurt the company.
Highlight on housing.
If you've been waiting until now to dive into the home buying market, you're going to have plenty of options, and you could pay less.
There are nearly 38% more homes on the market in Phoenix compared to last April, according to Zillow, almost double the national average. Zillow senior economist Kara Ains says while more inventory is contributing to lower prices, it hasn't led to more sales.
Both home values and mortgage rates were down compared to last April, so that the typical mortgage payment is down about 5% from last year. Yet, despite more options and better affordability, buyers did not bite.
She explains many households faced economic uncertainty, leading some potential buyers to sit on the sidelines. New pending sales are down about 5% from last year. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
No credible leads yet in the ongoing manhunt for escaped Arkansas prisoner and former police chief Grant Hardin. As of this afternoon, the Bureau of Prison spokesperson Rand Champion told reporters as he described the rough terrain in northern Arkansas that was recently hit by heavy rain.
It's very rocky. There's a lot of places where it's very narrow to get in and it's very narrow to get out.
Court documents reveal a corrections officer opened a secure gate for Hardin last weekend. The 56-year-old was serving decades in prison for rape and murder. And it's time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's May 28th, and back on this day in 2006, Barry Bonds broke Babe Ruth's home run record. San Francisco Giants outfielder Barry Bonds hit a 90-mile-per-hour fastball over the center field fence for his 715th career home run, passing Babe Ruth for the second most home runs in MLB history. Bonds, who was 41 at the time, said it was a great honor and he had a lot of respect for Babe Ruth and what he's done. Teammates and opponents were awed by Bonds surpassing Ruth. Giants teammates celebrated with Bonds with champagne in the clubhouse after the game. It was recorded that Colorado center fielder Ryan Spilburrows said he had goosebumps watching Bonds set the record. Then in August of 2007, Bonds hit his 756th home run, passing Hank Aaron and becoming Major League Baseball's greatest home run hitter. Bonds finished his career with 762 home runs. He retired after the 2007 season. And with the crack of the bat, he passed the great Babe Ruth in home runs back on this day in 2006.
Let's get a look at the roads this afternoon. John Roller now live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, good afternoon, Becky Lynn. We've got some crashes to let folks know about. Let's start with the southbound I-17, where we've had a crash right near Bethany Home Road, and you've got slowing coming southbound, starting at Peoria, all the way southbound past Bethany Home Road. Also eastbound I-10 in the West Valley, crash off to the right near Watson, and in Tempe this afternoon, working a crash off right southbound Loop 101, the Price Freeway, right near Broadway, and that is just unfolding, so that is causing some slowing as you come up on Broadway, southbound Price Freeway there. Watson and Yuma, a crash there, and a crash at 99th Avenue and Broadway. John Roller, KTAR News.
75 should be the overnight low. Tomorrow, about 104 with partly cloudy skies. And those partly cloudy skies should hang with us through Saturday, but we're going to climb up to about 107 by Friday. Right now in Peoria, it's 101 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
As always, an honor to spend part of our afternoon with you. Thank you so much for inviting us into your car, your work, your home, into your ears. New law in Arizona, Joe. Mm-hmm. I guess I didn't realize that this wasn't a law. And I say that because, what time's sunrise right now? 5?
I
Pretty
was
close?
up as it was coming up today.
3?
No.
Oh.
That's about what time I went to bed, and then I was up
5:20
again.
today? Hey, Puerto Rico, will you see what time, what is the earliest our sun rises? Do we get before 5 a.m. that the sun actually crests? Okay, no? All right. It's got to be close. Look for like June 21st, Joe.
I typed in earliest sunrises, and it gave me what time it's going to
This
rise
is the worst.
today. Yeah, 5:16.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. AI is not going to take us over anytime soon. All right. So let's say a little after 5 o'clock anyway, right? Mm-hmm. But if you're somebody that lives near any of the major road projects, you hear those trucks in the middle of the night, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're near one of the freeways, you hear construction going on in the middle of the night. What I didn't realize is that construction, aside from ADOT type construction, was not supposed to be starting in the middle of the night until now. New bill signed by Governor Katie Hobbs allows for construction crews to get a head start in the day to protect them from the dangerous summer heat. Construction work may now begin as early as 5 a.m. and even earlier if you have to pour concrete, which can start as early as 4 a.m. The law overrides more restrictive local ordinances and applies from May through mid-October. Trying to think. So I live on a golf course. I'm not like a member.
Chateau de Merrill.
In fact, I've golfed this course one time, and it was 7 years before I lived there. So yeah, the Chateau, those guys are on the golf course before 5 a.m. They are out before.
They're golfing in the dark?
No, they're not golfing.
They're getting the course ready.
Yes,
the
crew. They're spreading fertilizer. They're running the mowers. They've got the blowers on the cart path. Of course, I hear them. Yeah, yeah.
You get ticked off?
No, I don't.
You think other people get ticked off?
Yeah, I do.
In the chateau?
I do. I think that the other neighbors, some of them do. And I say that because there's a couple of apartment complexes around where I know there's some younger people, young families that are living there. And I'm just imagining if they have a situation where they got to get the kids up and get them to school. So I've taken the dog out to go potty at about 7:30 in the morning. Worst time to take the dog out because that's when everybody is getting their kids to the car and getting ready to take off. So, they're getting the kids up at 6:30 or 7 o'clock to get them dressed and get them some food and get them out the door. So if they're getting up at 6:30 and all of a sudden they've got somebody running a blower at 5, nobody likes waking up an hour and a half before your alarm clock goes off, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody likes that. So, yeah, I do think there's probably some people that are pretty frustrated by it. I tend to wake up about that time anyway. I kind of let my circadian rhythm match the sun. Mm-hmm. But I think for a lot of people, it's super irritating.
I'm sure it is. Senate Bill 1182 that Governor Hobbs signed earlier.
You love those Senate bills, don't you?
I do.
I mean, I told you the story, and they're like, nope, we have to tell people the Senate bill. I just love Senate bill.
I just want to throw it in there.
Yeah. Paul, what was that Senate bill he just read off? What's the number?
Come on, Paul.
Puerto Rico.
Come on, Paul.
Yeah. Okay, good. Proves my point.
Paul! Dang it!
All right.
Just once, pay attention. A Senate bill signed by the governor. I'm not going to tell you what number.
Yeah, 5 a.m., 4 a.m. if you're pouring concrete.
I think this is great because it's going to save lives. We had over 200 people nationally, 285 construction workers who died from heat-related causes in the early 90s up to 2016.
All right, so almost 25 years.
Yeah, but we don't even know about what's happened the last 10 years. And I would have to imagine this is worse in Arizona than Montana or North Dakota.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hot there, too, and you got that humidity.
No, I'm definitely going to say the Sun Belt states.
But I would argue, why not push this even earlier? And why not apply it to other professions, too? My HVAC, my install guy, I got a new AC today, and he was up on my roof.
Congratulations.
Let me tell you, my checkbook does not need to be congratulated.
Oh, all right.
But my cool air, it's tremendous.
Nice.
But he said to me, he's like, yeah, a lot of people get really mad when I'm up here. And naive Joe is thinking like, who would get mad? You're getting new air conditioning. You're doing a great service. He's like,
Joe.
He's like, no, other neighbors yell at me for because it's so loud in my house. I was trying to sleep. And I think he started around 7:30, 8 o'clock, which is still sleeping. I know you've been up for hours.
You're an adult. You should definitely be out of bed by then.
No.
Yes.
No.
But you didn't go to bed till 3.
Right. So, no, but here's my point, though, I sat there and laid there, let's be honest, and thought to myself, this guy's up there. It's 100 and something degrees. He's doing a job nobody wants to do.
Oh, that's hard work.
Why wouldn't you let them start at midnight and be done at 8 or 10?
Because I got to sleep at some point.
Okay.
I mean, I understand the sun is up.
How often in the chateau?
Yeah.
I know. Granted, you live on a golf course.
Yeah.
But in my
fancy place.
In my neighborhood, do you know how many times I've been woken up by people getting a new AC? 0. And I've lived there since 2017. I think.
Right. But under your rules, now they are going to.
No. I don't hear the work at all at the hours between 8 and 10 either. I think one time my neighbor was having solar panels put on across the street, and I was like, oh, it's kind of loud.
Nah, I don't need construction in my neighborhood at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Is there that much construction, though? And if we could save a life and let these people work more comfortably.
No. They can be comfortable working with the sun comes up at 5:20, 5:16 or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? I'm fine with that. And if you're pouring concrete, now granted, the truck is going to be loud. That's 4 a.m. That's pretty early.
Or the jackhammer, if they're out there.
They're not jackhammering at 4 a.m.
No, but what if they're
But at 5 a.m.,
What if they're building a casita? What if they're...
Yeah, at 5 a.m., you could be running the jackhammer at 5 a.m. Yeah, I think that there's got to be a limitation to it. In Arizona, I think that our clocks are a little different than most of the country. Now, granted, we still have the 10 p.m. news, right?
So 5 a
East
fine,
Coast,
2 a no good.
Absolutely. East Coast, you've got your nightly news is on at 11 p.m. You know this, right? You grew up with that. It was 11 p.m. And then anywhere else in the country, it's 10 p.m. In Arizona, we actually have some evening news that starts even a little bit earlier than that because we don't change time. We don't do the daylight saving time. So we get up earlier than the rest of the country because of the heat, right?
Most do. Now,
obviously
I'm
you don't.
From the Midwest, my buddy the other day, I went to a movie at 10:40 at night.
No. You're an adult.
No,
it's a school night.
He sent me. It was Memorial Weekend. It was not a school night.
Oh, okay.
I went.
You're allowed.
I went Saturday night.
Okay.
But he sends me the times, and he's 50.
Okay.
And he's like, "This is too late for me. I gotta."
It is too late.
It's Saturday night.
Yeah. Well, most of us get up, and we don't want to be throwing off our entire clock because it's Saturday night.
No,
we're not doing that.
I had to see Clown in the Cornfield.
You can't start a movie that late. That's ridiculous.
Well, the theater was showing it for somebody.
But you want to start running construction at 2 a.m.? You'd be the first person to complain.
No.
Yes, you would. You'd walk right in here and be like, neighbor's building a casita. It's outside my window.
Chris, I've got bad news for you.
Neighbor's out there running a saw at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I don't just want construction crews. I want lawn crews. I want the garbage truck to be able to go by. I want any of them.
Neighbor's got a lot of garbage. They're picking up construction garbage at 4 a.m.
What about the post office?
Post office is pretty
loud.
loud.
AC in that car. Let them get out there early
garbage.
Too.
I think the new trucks do have AC.
Do they?
Yeah.
I know the old ones don't.
I know, it's
Why
terrible.
not let them 2 in the morning?
They used to have those little fans like my grandmother used to put on her nightstand. Oh, it clips on.
They should be able to ride somehow just open air. I know they can keep the door open sometimes, but how do you just get more air in that thing? It's awful. So I say...
I got a question for you, actually.
Is it a Joe question?
It is a question specifically for Joe.
Okay.
About this.
Okay.
Because I think...
you contemplating how to ask it, or...?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kinda.
All right.
All right, give me a second to figure out how to say this.
Okay.
And then
you want to throw some more things at Paul? What do you need me to do here?
Paul, has he said anything worthwhile this entire segment? No. Okay, thank you. This is what... See, Pablo's out. You have no support.
Paul
now.
is
At least Pablo will take one for the team.
Pablo will not. Becky Lynn will support me. Paul will never support me. Paul's like, I have to work for that guy.
When we talk about the law changing to allow construction to start at 5 a.m. or pouring concrete at 4 a.m., which means things could get louder in your neighborhood if somebody wants to do some remodeling, or let's say you're in an area where they're doing some new building, which you might not believe this, Joe. It's happening all over the valley. You probably have one of two possible responses to that story. You go, oh, that's smart. Or, it's Arizona. It's hot. Get used to it. Yet every year we have people that overestimate their abilities, even Arizona natives. What happens when someone from out of town doesn't understand just how draining our temperatures can be? It's a deadly combination of heat and ego. You'll hear about that next, and I'll ask Joe a very Joe question. Straight ahead, the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Maricopa Association of Governments released results from the 2025 point-in-time homelessness count, showing a 3% increase in the Valley region from January of last year. KTAR News followed along with Glendale officials during the count, hearing from some of the people living on the streets.
I feel so insecure, helpless, and vulnerable, but the Glendale Works program helped me feel good about myself again.
Data from the count is used to determine federal funding provided to combat homelessness. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at those roads with John Roller. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. And just like that, we've cleared away those earlier mainline crashes, and that means we have our normal afternoon slowing coming in on the westbound 202 Red Mountain Freeway, right about 24th Street through the mini stack into the downtown area. Also northbound Loop 202. Your slowing starts at Broadway all the way up to the westbound I-10 transition. Working crashes Watson and Yuma Road, 99th Avenue and Broadway. Look for a crash there. Union Hills, east of 7th Avenue. That's a crash involving a bicycle. And a crash on the eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway right near 7th Street. That is in the clearing stages as well. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here at KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
75 for the overnight low temp. Tomorrow we're going to get up to 104 and on up to 107 by Friday, but we will have a few clouds. It's 99 in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Happy Wednesday, or should I say, Happy National Burger Day. Yes, I'll be celebrating breakfast, lunch, and dinner, pausing only for the War Room. Coming up at 5 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and now streaming on the YouTube. You can watch and listen to the show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. You will see that on our KTAR News YouTube channel. Check that out today. So there's a new a law in Arizona. Joe, did you want to go through the Senate bill number on this one again?
Chris, only a total rube would do that. No.
That's right.
I
It
don't
is
want to
Senate
do
bill,
the Senate bill.
Senate Bill 1182.
Oh, why would you mention the number? Nobody cares.
Reading the text of the Senate Bill number 1182, House resolution concurrent with the granted date. So it turns out.
I just recoiled in fear when you said the number.
Construction work can start as early as 5 a.m.
Oh, 5 a.m. Oh, my goodness. And 4 a.m. for pouring concrete. Goodness gracious. Golly gee willikers.
So my question to you.
Yeah, because I think it's a good thing. And you say,
no, I say
move even earlier. And you say 5 a.m. and 4 a.m. is perfectly fine.
I think this is great. Yeah. I don't think that you should be moving it earlier than that, though. I think at some point you have to have some time that...
I want to save a life, and you are just fine if a worker dies.
I like civilized society.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know you've never done morning shows. Never been allowed near one.
No.
If you had to work one of these jobs where you start at 4 a.m.
I'd just stay up.
Well, that was my question.
Yeah.
Would you just stay up? Or would you learn to be an adult? Would you start early?
I would be...
Would you go to bed earlier or just stay up all night and then sleep during the day?
Be the Joe version of an adult. I would not. I would stay up through the show and then go to bed. Because if I tried to wake up, how long do you think it would take before I was late to the show?
Like the first day.
No, come on.
Yeah, no, first
I'm
day.
a responsible person. Don't paint me out to be that bad.
If you had to be at work at 4 a.m.?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Well, okay. Even if you were on time, how long would it be before somebody punched you?
Oh, I thought you were going to say how long before I complained, and that would be 5 minutes.
Yeah, it wouldn't even last 5 minutes. It's 4 a.m. The sun's not even out yet.
Oh, man.
So here's the other question.
Can't possibly pay us enough to do this.
You made mention of getting a new air conditioner today, so congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a big day.
Yeah.
I got a message from a friend who said, "Why does Joe even need an air conditioner? It's not like he uses it. He could have found a good used box fan."
They're so funny.
As we know, you like to set your thermostat at 122 degrees
84.
in the summer.
The AC guy was even repulsed. He's like, "Wow, 84 during the day."
And he goes, "Why am I even here? Because your house isn't even warm up to 84."
I pointed at the cat. I was like, "She's fine, and nobody else is here all day. Why does it need to run at 78?"
So if you had to work a morning shift like an adult, and you had to be there and you would stay up all night and then sleep during the day, would you turn your thermostat down during the day at the hottest? That's irresponsible.
I would want to sleep, though.
Wow.
How dare I want to sleep?
So irresponsible. That's when everybody needs power, and now you're just wasting it.
I got that solar up there for him.
Oh, that's true. You do have that.
I'm giving it back to him.
I feel that we had a story last week about this hiker that died. She was in the Sonora.
She's a pretty experienced hiker.
Yeah, she was an influencer.
Well, I don't want to joke about it. It's pretty serious. She was an experienced hiker.
Well, here's why I'm saying this.
Yeah.
There's another story from 12 News talked about somebody else who was a bit of an experienced hiker, and she's a influencer.
Yeah.
And she was talking to 12 News about this hike where she says, "We thought that was it. We didn't think we were going to make it back because it got
103 degrees."
Yeah, which is, we still got another 15 to go before the summer's over, right?
Yeah.
So this was Megan Beadnell is her name.
We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into.
The Arizona heat can sneak up on even native residents of the Valley of the Sun.
You can kind of cut the air with a knife in Ohio. It's not like that here. It's like,
yeah, duh.
Like as soon as you're sweating, it immediately evaporates. So you don't even think you're sweating.
Yeah, that's called a dry heat, honey. Remember when you were in Ohio and they kept saying, "Well, it's a dry heat," and you always thought, it's not so bad.
We've pinpointed the problem here, right? Ohio.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So they go hiking, and then they don't realize that their body is sweating, which, if you grew up in Arizona, you know how that works. If you have lived elsewhere and you come back, then you know exactly what she's saying. Like, you stay drier even though you're sweating. All right? So they got going, and this is why you don't hike in influence.
A few miles into a late afternoon hike last Thursday to the Camp Creek waterfall, she and her friend became lost, dehydrated, and overheating.
Okay.
Bad.
Most of us have been there before. You've probably been to that point where you're like, okay, I am suffering right now. I got to sit down.
Oh, I've run in the middle of the summer.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their phone batteries drained, cell service completely gone.
Phone batteries are drained. But they got videos along the way. Yeah. Let's not be taking videos. If you're going to take videos, take a separate video recorder because you want your cell battery. That's going to be your lifeline. Don't be wasting it on making a great TikTok.
Well, I think
if you're hiking.
They didn't even have the service, though, too.
You're right, they didn't. But even if they could have hiked somewhere where there was service, they wouldn't have been able to because they didn't have any batteries left.
Yeah.
She put her drone in the air to search for any landmarks that...
Oh, they took a drone with them, too. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's actually a good thing. But who takes a drone hiking?
A lot of people, I guess, they want the photos. They want the video.
Could help orient themselves with where they were and help find their way back to the starting point of their hike.
It was really, honestly, the only way that we were able to see where we had to go.
The pair spotted these transmission towers, a familiar sight from the direction where they embarked on their journey. They powered through the 103-degree heat, and as daylight waned...
103 doesn't sound so bad in the middle of summer. Unless you're under the sun and walking around and you've got no cover.
It doesn't sound so bad till you're out in it.
And you're in it,
and then
right.
It doesn't matter if it's 103, 118. It's just bad.
Oh, it's bad.
They made it back to safety.
Looking back, I feel like it was a naive decision, and it was very, very scary. We actually, a few times thought we weren't going to make it out.
That's terrifying. I'm glad they're okay, but God, people from out of town, listen, locals will make this mistake too, where your bravado gets too big. But if there's a way that we can send a message to anybody coming here, it's that these signs aren't for our health. When we say, enter at your own risk, make sure you're hydrated, be safe, all that, that's not for your, that's because experienced people die on these mountains all the time. So let's put the ego aside, right? Get yourself a sat phone. Hey, grab a three-piece suit and get your briefs ready because today's headline volley is going to approach the bench as you explore Arizona's laws and common sense in a court case over onions that will bring tears to your eyes. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
If you think the 40-hour work week isn't fair, if you think that return to office mandates aren't fair, there are a lot of companies and a lot of managers out there that, quite frankly, don't care.
They don't care anymore. That pendulum has absolutely shifted.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So, where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Are you ready to experience luxury that moves you? The 2025 Genesis GV80 blends sophistication, technology, and power into a stunning SUV that delivers lasting first impressions. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. With precise handling, responsive power, and refined craftsmanship, the GV80 is engineered to make every drive feel effortless and rewarding. From its upscale interior to intuitive features, this SUV delivers a premium experience designed for those who expect more on city streets or weekend getaways. Now's your chance to lease or finance this striking SUV at Genesis of Scottsdale. Choose the offer that fits you best and discover just how far Genesis has come. Test drive the GV80 today and see why luxury starts here.
At Genesis of Scottsdale, most new vehicles include a protection package for $618. Lease a 2025 GV80 2.5T standard for $549 per month for 36 months with $5,129 due at signing. $0 security deposit. 7,500 miles per year. On approved credit through Genesis Motor Finance. 3.99% APR available on select models. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Offers expire 6/2/25. See dealer for details.
On Saturday, May 31st, take home the Geraldo Perdomo City Connect 2.0 bobblehead, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Buy your tickets at dvax.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Get out.
A woman is nursing burn injuries after she was rescued from a car fire by a Goodyear police officer. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the news center with the harrowing details.
The car was fully engulfed in flames when Officer Dakota Berry arrived at the collision Saturday night. He says he knew there was someone who needed help because he could hear the horn honking.
At that time, I realized that someone was still alive in the vehicle. I went back to my vehicle to get a glass breaker tool to punch the vehicle, driver's side glass.
Barry pulled the woman to safety. The woman, Ashari, is the daughter of a Goodyear fire captain, Simeon Cheatham. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
The Maricopa Association of Governments released results from the 2025 point-in-time homelessness count, showing a 3% increase in the Valley region from January of last year. KTAR News followed along with Glendale officials during the count and heard from some of the people living on the streets.
I feel so insecure, helpless, and vulnerable, but the Glendale Works program helped me feel good about myself again.
Data from the count is used to determine federal funding provided to combat homelessness. More questions than answers so far in the push to tighten screening for international students coming to the U.S. The State Department has ordered embassies worldwide to pause the issuance of student visas until social media screenings of applicants are enhanced.
U.S. officials I've talked to say they are expecting this to be relatively short-lived, but that is doing very little to calm the concerns of foreign students who have already enrolled at universities here in the U.S. and are planning to start classes in just the next few months.
That's ABC's Shannon Kingston reporting. Time to check on your drive this afternoon. Let's go to John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Couple of issues in the downtown area. We had an earlier crash just minutes ago, northbound I-17, right near the Durango curve, right near Grand Street. It has been moved off to the right after DPS troopers executed a traffic break, but you've got heavy slowing all the way back to the split. And to make matters a little bit worse, we've got a crash off to the right on the westbound I-10 just north of Sky Harbor Boulevard. That crash has been moved off to the right, but that means we've got heavy slowing coming in through the Broadway curve, westbound I-10 all the way back to 24th Street. And we also are working a crash at Watson and Yuma Road this afternoon in Buckeye, and a crash at 99th Avenue in Broadway. Traffic is brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard this summer by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off for 1 year same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. John Roller, KTAR News.
Clear and 75 tonight. 104 should be the high for tomorrow, and we're climbing on up to 107 by Friday. Right now in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn has a primary challenger. He talks about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:05.
Every day right after the 3:30 news with Becky Lynn and a check on traffic with Roundabout Roller, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
With kids getting out of school for the summer, people are wondering if they really need to pay for a sitter for their precious little darling. Maybe that little ratty kid is old enough to stay home alone. There is no state law in Arizona mandating an appropriate age for children to be left alone. However, parents could violate child safety laws if their lack of supervision exposes children to danger. How old were you when you were first left unsupervised?
It was about 8. Second grade, third grade.
You do anything? This is after school?
Yeah.
Come home?
So.
How long were you unsupervised?
3-ish hours.
Really? At 8 years old?
I mean, yeah.
You ever do anything you were supposed to?
Third grade?
Come home, watch TV.
I would have to let the dogs out right away. And I did that most days. Sometimes I just didn't. What are you looking for?
I was just thinking what happened if you didn't let the dogs out.
Sometimes nothing.
Accidents?
Once in a while.
Who let the dogs out?
Joe.
Sometimes.
Joe.
Sometimes, even if I would go down and let the dogs out, there would be a surprise. Third grade-ish.
I didn't realize that this entire story would turn scatological.
I didn't say that. You did that.
Okay.
What about you? I was wondering this the other day in rehearsal.
9 years old, I recall the first time. No, but it was just for a short period of time. As far as staying home alone for an extended period, I want to say like 11.
Oh, I was home in the summer.
But I had a little brother too.
Yeah.
So that meant that he had to get to being 8 before my parents felt confident enough to say, okay, we're going to take off for the evening, or you guys can. But my parents worked their schedule so that Dad was home from school.
And I saw that Arizona recommends, I guess, 14 or 15 before that be the age before you
babysit.
Can. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was definitely alone in the summer.
All summer long?
From third grade or so on. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I think in the summertime, I think, and again, I had a younger brother, so that kind of changed the equation a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think I was probably 8th grade or freshman before we didn't have anybody there.
What about you as an adult? How old were you before you were leaving your kids?
So this is my wife's job.
Very nice.
You figure this out.
Very nice.
I think our oldest was probably 12 before we decided he could, okay, you're going to be the one in charge. And then we would go say to my daughter, who was 10, okay, sweetheart, we told Jacob he's in charge, but you're the one that we trust. So
it's always good.
Just keep an eye on him, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you hear stories later about how the youngest used to chase the oldest around with a kitchen knife while we were gone, that kind of thing.
My
Oh, yeah.
goodness.
You missed the great stories from, I mean, when you have a younger sibling, that's exactly what happens when parents go away.
Oh, no, that's why I have the rule of no zone defense as a parent.
Was that no children?
No, it just means you can't have more kids than you got adults.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You can have 2.
Okay.
But,
that's man on man.
I mean, maybe if you got some weird throuple going on, you could have 3 kids. But in general, I would say 2 kids.
I'm pretty sure that this entire segment has gone from scatological to weird, non-conforming polyamorous relationships. This is not how our...
Chris, Demery Ardell Wilson is suing Whataburger after he got an quote-unquote allergic reaction.
Whataburger?
Due to onions on his burger after he requested the vegetables not be added, according to the petition obtained by USA Today. The incident occurred back in July, so 2024, at an unidentified Whataburger location, according to a court document. Due to the allergic reaction caused by the onions, Wilson suffered, quote, serious personal injuries for which he, quote, had to seek the care of medical professionals, the petition states. Wilson also sued Sonic after a similar incident. Have you ever sued anyone or been sued, Chris?
I've sued somebody. I don't know if I've ever been sued.
Okay. My other question was, what's the worst thing that's happened to you at a fast food establishment?
Well, I'll tell you about the lawsuit here in a minute.
Yeah.
Does it count, like, when you're dealing with an ex-spouse? I mean, it's technically...
If you sued him, yeah.
No. Like, the ex-spouse would say, I want to change the... Not my wife's ex-husband, the father of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
He would want to change the child custody or child support agreement or something.
Okay.
So then that's technically a lawsuit to get that done, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
That's kind of boring.
It's splitting hairs, right?
You have a fun one?
Yes. I had to sue because I had surgery that went wrong. And they ended up having to remove...
They take out a kidney and give you a lung or something?
I mean, we're already down this road. They had to take extra portion of my digestive tract, specifically the other end.
Oh.
Yeah. So as a result of some errors, I had to...
You could have fooled me. I would assume you were all full of all kinds of digestive tract.
Nope. You might think I'm full of crap, but nope. I just don't have the storage for it.
Wow.
Yeah, so we ended up settling. I can't talk a whole lot more about it, but because of an NDA.
Wow, are you serious?
Yeah, seriously, I can't talk any more about it. But there was a lawsuit.
Now I need you to talk more about it. Anytime you got one of those, that's the stuff I want to know.
It's not exciting. It's just I'm not going to tell you what the hospital was. I won't tell you who the doctor was.
Bad things about them, huh?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that
the non-disparagement clauses and all that in there.
No, it's more just like you can't disclose how much the settlement was. It wasn't enough to. It wasn't life-changing or anything like that.
Yeah, you're stuck with me. It couldn't have been that great.
Yeah.
Does the doctor still practice?
Yeah, in fact,
you saw him last week. Good for you.
The doctor, I liked the doctor. The doctor said that the staple gun misfired.
Oh.
And so then the manufacturer of the staple gun was on the lawsuit too. So everybody...
You sue them all.
Just everybody.
Yeah.
Whoever's got the deepest pockets.
Of course.
And then we just settle for whatever.
And probably the people who don't have the deepest pockets. You're just going at all of them.
I remember one thing. The lawyer said to us, and he says, when we explained what was going on, he said, how much are you looking to get?
Mm-hmm.
And my wife pulled out this spreadsheet and everything. And she said, our copay in the whole thing was about $8,500. So that's all. She says, if we can just be made whole.
And the lawyer probably had to figure 10 times that.
The lawyer was like, okay, these people are not trying to, this is not the $5 million, civil suit to try to, how much money can we weren't trying to make any money off of it.
Yeah.
And so I think that by telling him we're just trying to be made whole, it sort of legitimized our entire complaint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
And so we didn't go into it saying we need $30 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I'm
there
very
was none of
surprised.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. So we didn't make a lot of money. Still stuck here.
Yeah. Lucky me.
If you're a frequent flyer, there's something that people like to do that is a major pet peeve of the majority of passengers. Maybe you're guilty. Or maybe it drives you crazy. One country is doing something about it. Will their plane plan work? Find out if you're on board. Get it next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
At Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their students and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough therapy care. Experience the Midwestern difference for your family's physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and clinical psychology services. In Glendale, just off the 101 on 59th Avenue. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Proud to celebrate 20 years of providing shade solutions. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, reduce dust and wind, and can lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump is expressing more frustration with Russia and Ukraine after his deadline for them to come up with a ceasefire deal has passed. The president said that Russian President Putin was playing with fire, but wouldn't specify what action he would take if the fighting in Ukraine continues. Here's more now from ABC's Karen Travers at the White House.
It's the classic 2-week timeline from President Trump that he often uses when asked about potential deadlines for action from him or his administration. We've heard him say this specifically about taking action against Russia, whether it's new sanctions, increasing pressure on Russia to get them to further along negotiations for a peace deal, or what he wanted to see in terms of Russia and Ukraine reaching a peace deal. He had said that there would be a 2-week deadline for them, those two countries, to do that. That, of course, came and went.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now let's get a traffic check with John Roller. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Still have some leftover slowing from a couple of crashes near the downtown area. I'm taking a live look at the northbound I-17. That's where we had a crash right near Grand Street, and troopers are trying to get this fully cleared away. But as you come around the bend in the Durango curve, you will have some slowing, and your stop and go, of course, is all the way back at the split. And we are still working that crash on the westbound I-10 just north of Sky Harbor Boulevard. That crash is off to the right, so we do have heavy slowing coming in from the Broadway curve starting at about 24th Street. Also eastbound I-10 in the far west valley, Tonopah, right near milepost 106. That's a crash coming into town right near 339th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day sales event going on right now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers. John Roller, KTAR News.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield. Give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair or replace your windshield, dinner at Radisho Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices. Plus, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show, this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn has a primary challenger. He talks about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:05.
Chris and Joe Show on air, online, on the KTAR News app. And when you're on that app, you see that little microphone icon. That is our feedback line. Allows you to record a message. And if we like what you have to say, we might even play that on the air. Joe, do you know what we have going on tomorrow?
Stuff and things.
While the feds work on a big, beautiful bill, Arizona is working on a much smaller, way uglier budget. You won't believe what the Republicans are saying about the Democratic governor's spending. No, really, you won't believe what they're saying.
The politicians got up on the right side of the bed. So why are we just over a month away from shutting down the state with no real end in sight? You'll find out on the next Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos joins us in the studio. Aren't you intrigued now? Don't you want to hear what this is all about?
I've set my alarm.
Isn't that exciting?
For 2 p.m. Ambitious.
On Thursday.
Joe wants people to start doing construction at 1 o'clock in the morning in his neighborhood.
Oh, midnight. Sure.
Midnight, 1 o'clock. He thinks that's a
Bruce,
great idea.
I want to save lives.
He says we're saving lives.
Yeah.
You know, they built this whole city in the middle of the bleeping day in summer. I mean, we've been building and doing construction in this city for quite some time.
What did I tell you? When we talk about that story, there's two responses. One, oh, that's smart. You should do things in the morning. Or two, it's Arizona. It's hot. Get used to it.
Yeah, you're talking to the guy who goes out and hikes.
Yeah.
Probably right before his show kicks off.
You put a little tougher skin on.
Wow.
Hair on your chest.
Oh, it is tougher skin. You're going to look like Jack Palance. You spend much time out there.
Why am I leather?
Hey, what do you
Jack Palance reference?
What do you have going on today? I know you never do. Yeah,
I have no idea.
No, it's a radio show.
Yeah.
You do stuff. Get used to it.
No, it doesn't start for another 7 minutes or so. I have some time to figure it out.
Isn't that a war room going on today?
We do have a war room today at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And so we're going to bring people together. I think we got a lot to talk about. Both things going on in the state of Arizona, as opposed to things going on nationally, and we will we take all the politics, we plug it into that hour on Wednesday, so that we don't have to bore people with it the rest of it. Yes, it is a political symposium, if you will.
I will.
Yes. Even if you won't, it still is.
I don't know if you saw this. Our colleague Mike Broomhead does Amazing Arizona. It's a podcast.
Does.
Did you see who was in here this week recording? I haven't seen her in years.
I missed it.
Amy Van Dyken came in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take you behind the scenes a little bit here.
She used to work here.
Yeah. And I met her when I was over at the station that shall not be named because she used to work for Fox Sports. And I used to listen to her and Rob Dibble do a show. But I was so excited to see her because I love what she does on social media.
Yeah.
For those unfamiliar, Amy was an Olympic swimmer. She was Kate Ledecky long before Kate Ledecky.
Swimmer.
I mean,
Absolutely.
amazing, right? And then there was an accident, and she
ATV accident
broke her spine and has
confined to a wheelchair.
ever
And she
since.
has the most amazing attitude.
And you know what I think? Every time I see that, I go, she doesn't wake up with that attitude. She
No.
decides, I'm not.
She's a great example of that.
Oh my
right?
God! But I also love when I'm watching her social media and she shares the days where she's struggling. Because I thought we all have days that we're struggling. It might not be because we can't walk, but there's something else that we're struggling with.
Well,
and
especially on social media,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that tend to only show the good.
Absolutely.
And credit to her and
Yeah.
others out there that do it that say it's not always
sunshine and roses.
No, there's tough days.
So anyway, she was in here yesterday. I had a chance to
I
go say
missed
hi
her.
to
Gosh
her.
darn it.
Yeah, you did. So I'm looking forward to his Amazing Arizona as well. I'm also looking forward to your symposium, if you will, and I will.
Please set your alarms for 5.
All right. Their show starts at 4. The War Room starts at 5. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Well, in case you haven't noticed, maybe by all the ads that keep popping up on your social media like mine, it's swimsuit season. Okay, I hear that moaning and groaning, but what if you could actually consider getting into a suit before summer ends? I'm Jamie West, and I've lost about 50 pounds with Phoenix Secret for weight loss. There are no shots or drugs or prepackaged foods. You don't count points or calories. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times a day. You can lose up to 10% of your body weight, maybe even more, in just 60 days. In fact, if you start this week, that means the end of July. And the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss exclusive 3-step protocol helped me restore my metabolism, so I'm keeping it off. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Watch and listen to all KTAR shows. Get exclusive interviews, podcasts, and highlights live or on demand. Anytime and from anywhere on the KTAR YouTube channel. Find KTAR News on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory service
services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988. Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp with a special warning about our coming hot weather. When your roof faces intense heat, that can cause materials to expand in the day and contract at night, leading to cracks and structural issues. Do what I did. Schedule a no-obligation roof audit with Gleason Roofing. Let Gleason Roofing identify and address issues before the monsoon brings you major problems. Visit GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvy's here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing, plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash, and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV. Or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee is running for state schools chief in the 2026 primary election. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us live with the education issues that Yee plans to focus on during her campaign.
Yee announced her run this morning, focusing on how she would improve parental support and teacher pay in Arizona.
As a daughter of a public school teacher, I have always supported additional funding for our wonderful and dedicated, hardworking public school teachers across Arizona.
She also stressed her support for the voucher program, and when asked if he would debate current state schools chief Tom Horn,
absolutely, 100%. I love debates. Looking forward to the day.
He has been serving as state treasurer since 2018. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Meanwhile, current state superintendent Tom Horn is responding to Yee's claims he's overreaching on the voucher program. He says he supports school choice, but believes the program needs limits for spending.
And if Kim Yee were elected and she just paid anything as she says she would do, she would be contributing to the destruction of a program that I think is very important for parents and students.
Horn says the funding should only be allowed to be used for valid educational expenses.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
The Maricopa Association of Governments has now released results from the 2025 point-in-time homelessness count, showing a 3% increase in homelessness in the Valley region from January of 2024. Data from this count is used to determine federal funding that's provided to help combat homelessness. Home values in Phoenix are down nearly 3% compared to last April, according to Zillow, one of the largest drops in the country during that time. Still, new pending sales are down about 5% from last year as many buyers choose to wait out widespread economic uncertainty. More questions than answers so far in the push to tighten screening for international students coming to the U.S. The State Department has ordered embassies worldwide to pause the issuance of student visas until social media screenings of applicants are enhanced. ABC's Shannon Kingston reports further guidance is expected in the days ahead.
There are concerns about the new screening measures themselves. The State Department has issued very little guidance about what kind of social media posts might now be seen as a threat and be deemed disqualifying for applicants.
The richest man in the world, leading the White House's effort to overhaul the federal government, now is criticizing the president's big, beautiful budget bill. ABC's Jay O'Brien on some new comments from Elon Musk.
He said in this interview with CBS News, he said, quote, "I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, which frankly increases the deficit." And then he said, "I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't think it can be both." Obviously, that's Trump's goal, to create this, quote unquote, one big beautiful bill, as he calls it, that is the compilation of his entire legislative agenda in one legislative vehicle.
Now, the White House pushes back, with senior aide Stephen Miller saying on social media that in addition to cutting taxes and implementing the president's energy and border policies, the bill's Medicaid changes constitute the single largest welfare reform in American history. All right, you're heading home this afternoon. Let's see how things look on the roads with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Traffic pretty much crawling through the Durango curve northbound I-17. That's where we had an earlier crash near Grand Street, and it looks like we had a secondary crash there because you are still crawling along. Once you get past Van Buren, you are good to go. Also seeing a little bit of slowing now on the southbound I-17 north of the Stack as you transition to the westbound I-10. Had an earlier crash near 35th Avenue, and in Tonopah this afternoon coming into town, we've got a rather serious crash eastbound I-10 right at milepost 106. That's near 339th Avenue, and a crash at Broadway and Central Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota's Summer Start Here national sales event is going on right now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and much more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers today. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, a low temp around 75 degrees, up to 104 tomorrow for the high and 107 on Friday. It's 97 right now in Cave Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Wow.
In for Gatos. KTAR legal analyst and Twitter provocateur.
Oh, my.
Barry Markson.
Just excited to be here on the #1 show.
Well, you should be. In hour #1, a lot of people talk about it being the best hour. I got to tell you, it's quite the talk of the town. Although hour #2 today, War Room coming up at 5 o'clock, and we've got some juicy things to talk about there, don't we?
It's my first War Room sitting in the host chair.
You're on the other side.
Yes, I like this.
Does that mean you'll be a calmer, gentler Barry Markson, or are you going to still be the pit bull you are on normal War Rooms?
I'm gonna ask pit bull questions and make them go after each other. It'll be exciting.
Copy that. Great to have you with us today. Seriously, we're going to have a little bit of fun today. You know the National Spelling Bee's going on?
Yes.
And we are going to get quizzed. This is basically going to be coming up in a little bit. Are we smarter than, what, 7th graders?
Oh, that's
is that about
not
where they're
right.
No, it isn't. We're going
let the public humiliation begin.
Yeah.
BEGIN.
I got to tell you, I saw some interesting stuff. You know, we've talked about affordability and housing in Arizona. And, you know, I do think there is a certain, what do we want to call it? We tend to think the world starts and ends like at the Superstition Mountains to the White Tanks. Like there's a world outside of here. And you know, when you do look nationwide, well, how does Arizona fare?
Yeah.
When it comes to being able to buy a home. Well, there's something out there called the Affordability Index. Yeah, and it takes into account a variety of things out there. I don't know if this means anything to you, but the most affordable place to buy a home is Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah, they sell them there for $1.
I was going to say, I think they broke the curve, right? If you're giving them away for $1, you know, you sell 2 of them, and guess what? We're at 50 cents now.
You can buy up a whole block over there.
Exactamundo. So it's on the high end of affordable places to live, right? And when you start getting out west, it's when it starts to get a little tough. And you know what? If you do think that Phoenix is on the lower side of affordability, well, you'd be right. Phoenix certainly is amongst the top 20 cities that are least affordable, Phoenix is now 19th.
Is that right? So Phoenix we used to be one of the most affordable.
Other way around, right?
Yeah, I mean,
people were coming here from hither and yon.
You could buy a home here for a relatively reasonable amount of money. I mean, Bruce, I know you lived in California for quite a while. My wife is from California. We go back and visit 20 years ago. We go back and visit her cousins.
Sure.
And in the Southern California area, and we'd visit their home, nice little house, nothing. And we'd leave there, and I'd say,
2-bedroom, 2-bath carport, right?
Lovely little home. And I'd say, how much is that house costing? And this is 25 years ago. And she'd say, 1.3 million.
1.3.
When like a house like that in Arizona at that time might have been $225,000.
Would have come with a horse ranch.
I was like, wow. I said, how do people do that?
How does anybody afford it?
And she said they put like 50% of their income into the house. It's just a crazy thing.
Well, and I think we're kind of getting to that list now. Now, unsurprisingly, Tucson, a little more affordable than Phoenix. And Mesa, actually more affordable than both of them.
Well, yeah. Because nobody wants to live in Tucson or Mesa. I'm
kidding.
I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding.
Here we go.
I'm kidding, of course. Well, that's what it's based on, right? It's demand. I mean, that's what we have here.
Sure.
We have the Phoenix and Scottsdale and Chandler and some of these areas. A lot of people want to move here, and we're not building houses fast enough. We're not building apartments fast enough, and obviously supply and demand. This isn't that complicated.
No.
But we are a high demand area.
I got some stats for you, and they're just numbers. I get that, but I want to get some of your take on this. Barry Marks in here. Houses are shrinking in the United States.
Really?
The new houses that they are buying are getting smaller. Did you know that?
I did not. That surprises me,
Over the past few years, houses are getting smaller, but they're not getting any more affordable. They're building smaller houses and charging more for them.
What did they call that during COVID with inflation? It was like the shrinkage.
Shrinkflation.
Yes. Shrinkflation.
We're going through
Thank you, Lynn.
shrinkflation with houses.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can you imagine that?
That's incredible.
And less land, too. I'm sure the lots are smaller and
Oh,
smaller.
yeah.
Well, so they're basically saying that, they call these starter homes, a smaller house. Again, like I said, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, something like that. Does that count as a starter home? I would think.
3-bedroom, 2-bath, yeah.
And they said, we're actually building them. And they're still $500,000. I mean, we're doing smaller homes. They're just not any cheaper. It's kind of crazy because, again, we reached our peak about 2017 when the median size of a new home was almost 2,100 square feet.
Wow.
Median.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. Today, it's at almost exactly 2,000 square feet.
Okay.
And so it's been on a downhill trajectory basically ever since then.
Do you think, is that, I'm trying to think of why that would be, the demographics now, a lot of the baby boomers getting older, they're downsizing. You think they're building houses for those
They
folks?
don't need 5 bedrooms, anymore because the kids have flown the coop. That could be part of it.
So maybe that's why?
I do think economics drive some of it.
Yeah.
Because I see a lot of, let me use this as an example. Ironwood. I got to go out to my side of the hood. You know nothing about the East Valley, Barry. Your card, the GPS doesn't even work over there. I know it. So if you go down the 60 to where it almost stops being the 60, by the way, that's where I live. Gold Canyon adjacent, we call it.
New Mexico.
And you head south on Ironwood.
Okay.
And you're going down towards Santan Valley, Queen Creek area.
Sure.
They are building houses on both sides of that road for as far as the eye can see.
Wow.
But they're like 6 inches apart.
Yeah.
They don't look like they're very big homes. And I think this is the trend where, okay, to afford a house, I'm going to have to live farther outside of town. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm getting a bigger home.
Yeah. See, that's interesting because it used to be that, because the houses close together is not new. We had that here
Sure.
in Phoenix, guys, all this whole area is here. But it used to be if you wanted more land, bigger house, more land.
Got to go out.
And cheaper, you go out a little bit.
Absolutely.
And now they're building little homes
even farther out,
packed in together,
and charging you what they used to charge for right in the middle of town.
It's expensive. Look, we talked about this yesterday. I have young kids. One kid graduated from college, and I look at it and say, "How's he going to buy a house?" And he has a job. He has a nice job. He has a nice salary.
Well,
he can't afford a house. Not even close.
Do you remember when you bought your first house?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember how old you were, by any chance?
Yeah, it was. I was 28.
28 years old.
Yep.
It's interesting you say that. When you go back and take a look at the median age of first-time homebuyers, I have numbers going back to the year 2000. Okay?
Okay.
We hit a low water mark in 2008. 30-year-old, 30 was the median age for a first-time homebuyer.
Okay.
Okay? Ever since then, it's been on the rise.
Yeah.
Last year, The median age was 38.
Wow.
It's gone up 8
That's a lot.
years since 2010.
That's a huge increase.
That is a huge increase in a median age.
Yeah.
So, like you said, the young people, first-time houses, starter homes, going to buy your first home. I bought my first house. I would have been late 20s, maybe, somewhere in there. And I bought, by the way, I bought an all-white Tukey. I bought an all-white Tukey, but it was the middle of nowhere back then.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have a freeway out there. The world's largest cul-de-sac. You guys remember all those jokes?
Yeah.
I bought out there, and people are like, dear God, what's it like?
Yeah.
You live out in the middle of nowhere.
I remember that.
But I remember that. My first house, it was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,750 square feet, 1,800 square feet. And I think it cost $122,000. And it was a new house.
Yeah.
And it was, which at the time, a lot of money. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But now, like, we can't approach that now.
No, the median
insane.
house price now in the Valley is $488, something like almost $500,000.
Yeah.
So if you've got a house, or maybe by some chance you bought another house during some, you're hanging on to them for dear life. I am hoping our kids will be able to have them.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Gators actually said something about that a couple weeks ago. He said, the only way I can see a lot of younger people getting houses is inheritating them.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Because they're not going to be able to plunk down 20% down and then cover a, $2,500, $3,000 a month payment?
Put $100,000 down and then have a big payment. Yeah, and interest rates are higher now.
Exactly.
And I think the other, so many things that factor into that, Bruce, but part of it also has to be student loans. People are coming out out of school with a lot more debt than they used to do, and that's pushing all
How much law school debt did you? I love this. I'm getting into Barry's finances. I'm going to write some of this down.
You get your pen ready?
Was law school expensive for you?
No, I had no debt. But back when I went to law school, I went to ASU.
That's why. Say no more.
And the tuition back then at law school was the same as it was for undergrad.
Really?
Which was very low.
Yeah.
And then I got a scholarship. But it was I think the first year I want to say it was $1,000, $1,200. It was almost
there's
nothing.
like kids right now listening just threw up in their mouth.
Oh, it's insane. And
you got a law degree.
Yeah. For almost nothing. No debt, no nothing.
But
and
that's
amazing.
a fundamental difference. You came out of law school with the ability to get a job.
Yeah.
I'm assuming,
yeah,
by the way,
got
a job in the field that you had a degree in.
Yeah.
You didn't start with student loan debt, so you could buy a house. You talk to 25-year-old, 28-year-olds today, that's a fantasy.
Yeah.
Like, what world do you live in?
No, and it's true. That's absolutely true. I don't know how young people are going to be able to buy houses right now. You're totally right. Unless the exception, as you're saying, is inheriting the house from somebody, or if they inherit some money from a family member
and can buy a house.
And I'm going to tell you, that's a thing. By the way, there's $7 trillion in wealth that is going to matriculate down from baby boomers.
From the baby boomers, like their businesses and things like that,
over the next
right?
20 years, though, where it's going to go down to the next generations, and that's a $7 trillion.
Seems like a lot.
It is. So that might be the thing that saves some of these folks. Now that's if your family has something.
I was going to say you're hoping for a rich family, or you're betting on them leaving you in the will. I mean, this is like, what's your plan for retirement? Winning the lottery,
right? But if your family at least owns a house, and the house has gone up a ton in value, there's going to be something there. I mean, there's something there. So it's a different world. I'm curious to see how this plays out for a lot of young people now. I mean, a lot of young people, you talk to the folks here at the station, they don't know if they're going to buy a house.
No.
They don't know how they're ever going to retire.
Right.
They just don't see that path. Now, let's be fair. When I was in my 20s, I didn't see that necessarily. I didn't feel like I was making this money to do things.
But the math was decidedly different for you and I.
Absolutely.
Although we were like, well, that seems like hard to do. It did seem feasible.
Right. No,
I talk to young people today, and they're like, yeah, that's not even in the cards.
Right. But it's,
It might be.
No, you're right, though, because the salaries, I don't think salaries have gone up as much as the cost of housing, the cost of college, cost of everything else.
No.
I agree.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Hey, real quick question. Are you one of those people that immediately stands up when a plane lands? Well, you're dead to me. And if you fly into Turkey,
look out.
Good news, bad news. Coming up next, right here on Outspoken.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial congenital heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee is shifting her focus from money to the classroom. She has announced her run for Superintendent of Public Instruction today with a focus on what she calls overreach in the voucher program. She tells the Mike Broomhead Show raising teacher pay is another essential issue.
Proposition 123 is coming up, and we are taking a look at where we can pay teachers more across the board. I'm the daughter of a public school teacher who taught in the Arizona public schools for 38 years.
Yee has been Arizona's state treasurer since 2018. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us now. It's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, we've got some serious issues on the 51. I'm seeing heavy slowing southbound 51 right near Cactus and also northbound 51 near Cactus. Both directions, heavy slowing there. We do have what is reported as a very serious crash. We're reaching out to get more information on that. Also have a crash southbound I-17 just coming in. This is right at the Greenway Road on-ramp, and also a crash westbound 60 near Kings Ranch Road out in Bruce St. James's neighborhood out in Gold Canyon Ranch. Seeing heavy slowing coming into town from the Far East Valley. Traffic is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, appreciate it, Roller. Yeah, I'm Gold Canyon adjacent. Let's get that straight, okay? That's what we call it, Apache Junction.
You're not in Gold Canyon?
Apache Junction comes with some negative connotations.
Oh.
Hey, this portion of the show is brought to you by Parker & Sons AC, Plumbing, and Electrical Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. All right. Yesterday, we heard the amazing story of Barry's European vacation where you had your phone burgled, stolen from you by a bicycle riding ruffian.
Ripped from my hand.
In London, England.
Yes.
But it's also something where I was in Charlotte this weekend, not quite London, the London of the East.
The London of the Southeast.
But I got to tell you, as a frequent flyer, there are things that people do that irk me.
Yeah.
I just don't understand people. I feel like there's some people, when they get to an airport, it's like their first day on the planet.
Yeah.
Like they don't understand how anything works. The English language is a mystery. Math, forget about it. What gate where do you find A10? I don't know. Maybe right after A9? Let's try that as a starter,
Right.
There's signs everywhere and they're just baffled by it. But on the plane, I got to tell you, I've been on a bit of jihad.
Really?
Yeah. So I do not understand, nor will I ever condone, the people who immediately stand up when the plane lands. You're in row 27, and you stand up when the plane lands. Who are you people?
That's right.
Who are you people?
Yeah. Now, do you don't like them to stand even?
No.
Oh,
stay in your seat until it's time for your row to go.
What if you just want to stretch your legs?
Well, why didn't you could have stretched your legs before we landed?
Well, that's true.
But why is it when we touch the ground, you suddenly have to stand up? You've been sitting for 5 hours. Now all of a sudden you want to stand up?
They're claiming their space.
So here's the thing. I got to tell you, I saw this on an airplane once.
Yeah.
And I wanted to tip the flight attendant.
Oh.
So the flight attendant stood in the aisle and let everybody get out of a row, and then he would back up one aisle.
Ah.
So because the people standing are always trying to jump the row and move up ahead.
So I see it once in a while.
And I was like, dude, do you take tips?
Yeah.
This is phenomenal. Yeah, so you could stand there all you want, but you weren't going to be able to jump in front of the people.
You shouldn't be able to move out.
There were 3 on each side. 6 people get out.
Right.
Okay, now we move back 1. You 6 can get out.
Right.
And I sit down. I'm always on the window, by the way. I'm a window guy.
Are you? I'm an aisle guy.
But when I'm on the aisle, I do that. I just stand in the aisle and just block it.
Yeah, I do that.
But I stay in my seat until the person in the middle seat has literally gotten up and left.
Right. The best thing is when everybody stays in their seat. Like I've been on planes lately where we land and nobody gets up.
Nobody gets up.
And I'm like, this is great. We're fine.
Congratulations, people. You're humans.
The one thing I will say, have you been on a flight where people are late for their planes and they make the announcement, hey, let the folks off first who have to make a plane?
I had that happen.
And people just get in the aisle anyway and block them.
I got to tell you, maybe pray to our better angels.
Yeah.
This happened to me the other day. I was flying Omaha, Nebraska to Phoenix. No, you can't come. And we were 2 hours late. And a lot of people were going to Phoenix to get connecting flights.
Oh.
And they said, when we land, we have a lot of folks. If you don't have a connection, please stay seated.
Right.
And a lot of them are in the back. And you know what? We landed, and not a soul got up that wasn't
good for them
getting off the plane.
That's amazing.
And
That's
I was
great.
like, what?
Yeah.
Maybe we aren't so divided as we thought. There's decent people out there, for goodness sakes.
That's
And
what we
it was
should
like
do.
20 people had to get off the plane.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me in the slightest.
Yeah, let them get off. I agree with that 100%. It's just courteous. It's just being nice to
So
people.
one airline in a place called Turkey. Is that a country?
Turkey.
Okay.
It's next to Ham in Europe.
Okay. Turkish Airlines. I almost flew them.
Did you really?
Yeah. They call them aisle lice.
Oh, wow.
Aisle lice. The people who stand up waiting to deboard will now face a fine of $70 American for disrespecting the space of fellow travelers. I'm here for it.
Deplaning early, trying to deplane early. I love that.
I am here for it.
I love it.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
You will respect the embarkation priority of the passengers in front or around you and wait for your turn. This comes from the Turkish Directorate General of Civil Aviation.
There you go. I'm going to Turkey now.
$70 if you do that.
I think that's brilliant.
I did get a text 620 from one of our listeners, a former airline employee, who also said, "Don't forget about the gate lice."
Yes.
Gate lice are the other ones. That's when you're boarding the plane.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, group 1. And you're like, you're group 9. What are you standing in the way
out
for?
Of the way.
It's a half hour for you're getting on this plane.
By the way, same thing when you're getting your luggage, and if you checked your bag and you're waiting for your luggage, why does everybody have to stand right on the thing?
I don't understand.
Stand back. If you see your bag, walk up
step
and get
forward,
it.
grab your bag, and walk away.
It's incredible. Everybody's got to stand there.
It's amazing.
I don't understand people.
I don't get it.
Are you a recliner? Do you recline on the plane?
If they give me a button, I'll use it.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
no.
they give you. If they don't want me to recline, they wouldn't give me the button.
That's the next fine.
Okay.
Well,
then take the button out.
And the trains. In the trains in Europe, they have no button. There's no
recline
reclining.
your plane?
Yeah. There's no reclining. By the way, let me ask you one other question. Quick airline question.
Quick airline.
I was on a plane and there was a lady hacking up a lung in the back, like for the whole flight. The whole flight. It was the worst cough I've ever heard in my entire life.
Consistent, persistent cough.
It was like, and I'm not trying to be rude to her, it was like an animal cough. It was like a horse was coughing. Yeah, like the whole time. What do you do with that? Do you say
There's nothing you can do?
You shouldn't get on the plane?
Well, it's a little late. I'm assuming you were in midair.
She knew that already, though. No, not me. Should she have gotten on the plane?
No, I'm saying she should have.
But at the same
she
time,
didn't care.
But exactly.
Didn't care about
if it's
you.
me, if I'm that sick,
you're going anyway. You're like, I got places to go.
I want to get home.
Yeah, I got places to go. I don't care about other people.
We kept saying, my wife and I are looking at each other going, we're dead. We're gonna get whatever this is.
That's it.
We're gonna get horses.
Legionnaire's
Yes,
disease.
we're done. We're
doubt.
finished.
We're getting the Rona.
Finished.
All right. Hey, we've got to check the headlines on the way. Also, don't forget, 5 o'clock. Top of the hour, the War Room kicks off. Yeah. Political symposium, if you will. Even if you won't, we're going to do it. We've got some great guests going to be joining us. Coming up next, are you smarter than a fifth grader? The Scripps National Spelling Bee is going on literally as we speak. We've got some Arizona contestants. Barry, are you ready to take the quiz?
I am not.
We're doing it.
Where's Jules?
We're doing it next. Producer Jules is going to be asking us to spell words. It's on the way. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and at Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves a smile they're proud of. And it's led by my buddy, Dr. Joe, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Aria Dental Implant Center. You know, they're locally owned. That's right. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. At Aria, they've got transparent pricing, no hidden fees, and they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final customized smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care you can trust. Call or visit them online to book your consultation today, ariadentalimplantscenter.com. That's ariadentalimplantscenter.com. And all you have to do is tell them Gato sent you.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season. And we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Don't risk an AC breakdown this summer. Call Rias, your local air conditioning expert. From maintenance to same-day repair, Rias keeps your home cool. Make your AC happy with a Rias Refresh, our advanced AC tune-up, and get your AC running at peak performance. Over $1,000 in value, now just $89.99. Go to reis.com/happy.
Rias, call Rias. You'll be happy too. See us. R-E-E-I-S.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
Layoffs across federal agencies have left workers searching for next steps. One state has positioned itself as a top choice when attracting a talented workforce. Hillary Doe, Chief Growth Officer for the state of Michigan, has more.
Michigan has over 140,000 job openings in fields including semiconductors, cybersecurity, software development, nursing, teaching, and several types of engineering. With our First in the Nation programs, we're working hard to retain current residents and welcome new workers. Folks can upload their resume and discover new opportunities through the Michigan Career Portal.
More Americans are leaving Sunbelt states and moving to the Midwest, reversing migration trends.
Michigan offers a rare combination of diverse career opportunities, affordability, and great quality of life. We're surrounded by natural beauty with more freshwater shoreline than anywhere else in the country, and we're featuring all those elements in our campaign. As a result, over 40,000 individuals have expressed interest in living and working here, letting us know there's no better time to make it in Michigan.
To learn more about Michigan's fast-growing industries and job openings, visit themichiganlife.org.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The U.S. Court of International Trade is blocking President Trump from imposing sweeping tariffs on imports under emergency law. Trump's Liberation Day tariffs used a 1977 law that allows the executive branch to impose tariffs in an emergency, which otherwise must be approved by Congress. Several lawsuits, including one led by Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, were filed and claim this move is unconstitutional. A 3-judge panel agrees, saying the trade deficit does not constitute an emergency. vacancy. May's saying she will continue to fight for affordability for Arizonans and against President Trump's illegal abuses of power. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
Homelessness in the Valley has risen from January last year, according to one key metric. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz joins us now live from the News Center with more.
Yeah, Becky, today the Maricopa Association of Governments released results from the 2025 point-in-time homelessness count, a one-day effort to get a sense of how many people are experiencing homelessness locally. It shows a 3% increase in the Valley region, with more people living in unsheltered conditions. KTAR News followed along with Glendale officials earlier this year during the count, where we heard from some of the people being counted, like a man named Red Hawk.
You can't really put your feet on solid ground because you have no resources until somebody's willing to help.
And the Maricopa Association of Governments notes the loss of federal funds to combat homelessness has been a challenge. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Get out, get out, get out! Get out! Obviously, I would have done the same thing for anyone else, any community member.
A woman's lucky to be alive after a Goodyear police officer saved her from a car fire on Saturday night.
The car was fully engulfed in flames when Officer Dakota Berry arrived at the collision. He knew there was someone alive inside because she was repeatedly honking the horn. He quickly broke the driver's side window and pulled her to safety.
So the tool I used was a glass breaker tool. Essentially, breaks the glass on any vehicles for any vehicle extractions. I ended up sustaining some injuries to my hand from rescuing the driver out of the vehicle with the flames.
The woman's hair was on fire when Officer Berry removed her from the car. She is hospitalized and recovering from burn injuries. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
As you're heading home this afternoon, let's check those roads with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right. Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Finally got a better look at what is turning out to be a very serious crash. Southbound State Route 51, just south of Cactus, right near the Cholla Street underpass there. This was a crash involving a fire, and you're only getting by on the right side, and that is causing heavy slowing all the way back to Greenway as you try to get around this crash. Fire is on the scene, and troopers are working to clear this crash. There also is a curiosity factor heading northbound on the 51. Starting at Northern, once you're past Cactus, you are good to go. Also working a crash off left southbound I-17 right near Greenway Road, just adjacent to the Greenway Road on-ramp there. And we are working a couple of surface street crashes, Broadway and Central Avenue, and another crash at 35th Avenue and McDowell. Traffic is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume. And with summer just around the corner, you could be swimming in just 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, low temp around 75, 104 the high on Thursday, and 107 on Friday. We should have a few clouds in the picture, though. Right now in Scottsdale, it's 101. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn has a primary challenger. He talks about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:05.
Now, you kind of heard the breaking news there. A change in the tariff world. We're going to tackle that inside the War Room coming up at the top of the hour.
All right.
Deal?
Yeah, let's do it.
And for Gatos is one Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst, and I like Twitter provocateur. Do you not think that's a good title?
I like that.
Yeah.
I was named Phoenix or Arizona's top political Twitter, So there you go.
I can't believe we're in the same room together.
It came with no stipend, but
yes,
still quite the award.
But yes, I'm sure it's lovely. The T-shirt is fantastic. You get to wear. But we're going to find out just how smart you are, Barry.
Oh, no.
All right?
It's an illusion, Bruce.
That doesn't surprise me in the slightest, okay? Because guess what? We have the Scripps Spelling Bee. National Spelling Bee is going on, and we have not one, not two, but three, but four Arizona students competing in it. By the way, this is the 100th year of the Scripps Spelling Bee.
Is it really? Did you ever compete in spelling bees as a kid?
Yes.
I did not.
Okay.
At least I have no recollection of them.
Well, I didn't do like the Scripps one. I did the ones in school.
Oh. I must have done something, but I don't remember.
But I remember having to stand on stage and spell words.
Boy, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I don't remember much. So our super producer, Jules.
Here we go.
Is going to take some of the actual words that these kids have been using. What grade are we talking? 7th grade?
What
the
is it?
youngest that I saw was apparently 8.
8 years old or 8th
8 years
grade?
old.
No, like 8 years old.
Oh,
Yeah.
my.
Can we do the 8-year-old words?
Yes,
Can we
let's
try
do
those
that.
ones? Okay, I don't know. So we do not know the words that she's picked. So we'll go back and forth, and we'll see if we can
All
spell
right.
some of these words. Let's see, are we...
Can you text me the word before you
do
send
not text
You
her
will
the words.
no cheating.
Okay.
All right, ready? Here is our first word.
First word. Who's it go to?
Oh, yeah. How are we going to do this?
Barry, we'll start with you.
Oh,
Barry
all
goes
right.
first. Okay.
Tatpurusha or Tatpurusha.
Get out of here.
Tatpurusha.
What's the word?
Tatpurusha. Would you like...
I would like you to use it in a sentence. And I'd like you to use it in a sentence in English.
Tatpurusha is a noun from Sanskrit.
Come on, you're just
A
messing.
tatpurusha is a class of compound words having as first constituent a noun or noun stem that modifies the second constituent by standing in the relation to it of
All right,
possessor,
stop,
as in sheep's.
I was going to say that.
So it's Sanskrit? This is what we have to do? Sanskrit?
Tatpurusha.
Is it say it again.
Tatpurusha.
Tatpurusha. Shocking.
The correct spelling.
Wait, does Bruce get a try?
Oh, do I get a steal?
Do you want to steal? The
I
kids
was
weren't
going-
stealing. If they misspelled it, they were out.
Yeah, they're out.
Oh, it's out. Okay.
Yeah, we're
All
gonna
right.
give
You
another
get to the
chance.
final round
All right,
when
do
there's
it.
only 2 people
Do,
left.
do it official then. All right.
Yeah. You can
If-
spell.
I'm
I
gonna
was
tell you
going to
right-
spell it P-U-R-I-S-H.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you give him a word with one syllable, I'm coming through the glass. I'm letting you know that right now. Because that would have been the funny joke.
This is the correct spelling.
Tatpurusha is spelled Tatpurusha.
I had I-S-H-A.
Wow.
You weren't too far off,
No,
Barry.
I was not as bad as I
Okay.
thought it would be.
No.
All right.
All
Come
right,
on. Jules,
Bruce.
just remember who runs the show around.
If you say the next word is dog, it's
D-A-W-G.
Bruce,
Yes,
your
ma'am.
next
Spell it in
word,
Georgia.
Next word.
is choristate.
Charistate or charistate.
See, I can't even pronounce it right.
Charistate? Could you please use it in a sentence?
Charistate, charistate, an adjective from a Greek element plus an English element. Charistate means exhibiting the separation of a leaf or floral organ into 2 or more parts by division during development.
Wow.
C-O-U-R-I-S-T-A-T-E?
Not even close.
Choristate?
I think he's using a pencil.
Choristate.
Oh, yeah. Is he allowed to use a
He's
pencil?
not allowed to use a pencil.
Oh.
You can't
Doing
write
in
it
there.
down.
You can't spell it out. Hold on, Barry didn't get to do
You have
that.
to spell it out in
I
front of
can't
everybody.
think like that.
These 7th graders
That's
are
like doing math in your head.
That's right.
These aren't even real words. What's going on right now?
What? These are totally real words. What are you talking about?
I've never heard them used in a sentence.
I like to think I have a pretty good vocabulary, and I have
Not
never
once have
heard
you
these
ever
words.
went, Choristate.
Yeah. Pershta.
Okay, give him another one.
All right, Barry.
Hopefully
your
it's a
next
tough one.
word
This is humiliating.
It should be.
is Ayapana.
Ayapana.
Like I lay eye upon her.
Ayapana.
Ayapana.
Can I? How do you use that? Let me hear that.
Use that in a sentence.
Ayapana is a noun from a Tupi word that passed from Portuguese to Spanish. And ayapana is a low-spreading herbaceous Brazilian shrub whose long, narrow leaves are used to make a mildly stimulating decoction resembling tea.
Of course it is.
Are there any English words in this spelling?
Ayapana.
This is
I have
unbelievable.
Portuguese,
idea.
Brazil-ish.
These are for 8-year-olds? There's no chance.
Some of them are like 9.
Couple of Niners.
All right, say it one more. Say it one more time.
Ayapana.
Ayapana.
I-O-P-O-N-A. No, that went.
A-Y-A-P-A-N-A, Ayapana.
Not even close. I didn't even use the same letters.
No. I actually thought that was an easier one.
It
That little
started
kid
with
just
an A.
waxed you.
A-Y. Yeah, that was real. I was really off.
Yeah, that kid.
I think I got the P.
That kid beat up on you.
That is brutal. Are you enjoying this, Jules?
This is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Mostly because I had to sit there and watch them, and I was like, I don't know any of these words.
This is when you said, hey, we're going to do this, I'm like, all right, I should be okay. I'm a decent speller.
Yeah, I'm a decent speller.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, let's try another one.
All right, Bruce, one
I'm
more.
ready.
Bait.
Well, come on.
Please use it in a
Bait?
sentence.
Bait is an adjective. It's from French, which took it from a Latin word. Bait means subject to a penalty for failure to fulfill one's contract. It's used in certain card games. Denard went bait for taking just a single club, so his points were awarded to the winner of the hand.
Bait. B-A-T-E. Bait.
Come
on!
B-E-T-E.
That's the correct one.
We're not using English words. Was this the Scripps spelling bee in the United States or in another country?
It's French!
I was getting it off their live stream. I was watching these kids spell live.
As if I needed to hate the French more. Keep going.
This is unbelievable. All right, let's go.
We're not even close.
Not even in the same ballpark.
Well, I got to save some.
There's more for later?
Oh, yeah.
Is that it? Okay, that's right.
All right.
Okay, coming up at 5 o'clock.
Oh, my goodness.
After that horrific job of spelling. By the way, good luck to our spelling bee contestants, and I hope they don't get stupid words like that.
That is ridiculous.
5 o'clock, we've got the War Room coming up, a political symposium, if you will. We'll be talking about the breaking news regarding the tariffs. And, hey, good news for the American consumer. I know that much. But coming up next, just how hot will Phoenix get this summer? And is it sustainable long term? Yeah. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Share a meal and learn all about Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. Bites and Bright Ideas is Friday, May 30th at 10 a.m. I'm Jamie West. Hear all about independent living at Beatitudes Campus and ask your questions about life in the Valley's most vibrant senior living community while enjoying a delicious chef-prepared lunch. Text RSVP to 620-620 for details or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus, celebrating 60 years of serving seniors.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Jess, co-founder of Bodify, your fat elimination experts. Ever felt like Cool Sculpting was just too pricey to pursue? Well, listen up. The game has changed. Cool Sculpting radically changed their pricing model, and we get to pass 100% of those savings directly to you. Believe me, this is huge. Trust the experts who have done 42,000 treatments and guarantee results. Book your free Cool Sculpting Discovery appointment today. Go to freezemeaz.com. That's freezemeaz.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the Big Wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988. Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. The U.S. Court of International Trade is blocking President Trump from imposing sweeping tariffs on imports under emergency law. Trump's Liberation Day tariffs used a 1977 law that allows the executive branch to impose tariffs in an emergency, which otherwise must be approved by Congress. Several lawsuits, including one led by Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, were filed, claiming the move is unconstitutional. A 3 three-judge panel agrees, saying the 49-year-old trade deficit does not constitute an emergency. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Well, when we hear that, it means uh-oh. So let's find out where. John Rollers in Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, Becky Lynn, we've been tracking this very serious crash on the southbound 51. Happened just south of Cactus, right near the Cholla underpass. And this was a fiery collision that has resulted in a full closure of the southbound 51. In fact, the flames shot up and actually burnt the overpass. We're seeing burn marks there. DPS and Phoenix Fire working to investigate this crash. No estimated time of reopening. There is heavy slowing all the way back at Greenway. May want to think about exiting Greenway to get around this crash again. Southbound 51, full closure right near Cholla. No estimated time of reopening. Traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Bruce St. James at Mesa AMC Theater June the 14th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up for retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. Drive out a 1,000 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP. Or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $1667 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
When my husband passed away unexpectedly, I was left a widow with 2 teenage daughters. Thinking straight was nearly impossible. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. Thankfully, we had a living trust. Our assets were protected, and life insurance paid for my daughter's college. And when I pass someday, my daughters won't be stuck in probate court or burdened with legal fees. My living trust ensures they'll inherit everything, quickly and privately. If your net worth is over $75,000 in Arizona, the safest way to protect your assets and the people you love is with a living trust. You deserve peace of mind, just like I have. If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP Estate Planning.
Call 480-896-9597 by May 29th to save 65%. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Prices dropping, listings rising. Why are people still not buying? Tune today with the story on tap tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
Did he just sing on the radio? Is that what I...
Oh, my goodness. Sorry about that.
Jules, can you play that again? I want you to play
Wednesday.
that again. Yeah. Or should I say...
No,
that's
a good one.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Prices dropping, listings rising. Yeah. Why are people still not buying?
Definitely singing.
Tune today with the story on tap tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
I think it needed like another line in there, didn't it?
Tune today. Yeah, that was...
needed one more verse.
Wow.
That was fantastic.
That's one way to describe it. All right.
So it is not news that it is hot in her, okay? We live in the valley. It's Phoenix. It gets hot. But forecasters, scientists, smarty pants, are saying it's going to get hotter, and it's going to keep getting hotter. Things are just changing.
And a lot hotter.
Yeah.
In places like Phoenix.
Which is, okay, so I heard something interesting, because you don't know this about me, Barry. But I spend a couple hours a day watching YouTube videos and going down these unbelievable rabbit holes. And I watched a full YouTube video about the Glen Canyon Dam and the Arizona, California, Nevada water issue. Just
wow.
It's fantastic.
All right.
But I learned something interesting. That if you think about the area that we're in, Arizona, California, Nevada, the deserty area. It's not global warming. That's not what they're saying. They have a term, and I'm going to get it wrong. It's aridization, and it's basically the desert's expanding in different ways. And where the desert might be expanding in some places, it might be contracting in others.
Okay.
So they're saying, just keep in mind, it's just drier.
Yeah.
And it's drier because that's what happens. The same thing happened in Africa. Like the Sahara Desert moved.
Wow.
Like places that used to be more arid are a little wetter, and that's kind of the way the Earth is.
It is, and that happens over time. If you go to certain places, they'll tell you this used to be the ocean.
Right.
Like we are standing, you're on a mountain, and they're saying this used to be underwater.
Right. The thing is, it's happening quickly, and maybe those of us in Phoenix maybe paying a little bit of attention. We are expecting, once again, there's an 80% chance that we will break another annual temperature record in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And it's even more probable that we will again exceed the international temperature threshold set 10 years ago. This is coming from the World Organization. Bunch of smarty pants. Okay?
Yeah, folks who know what they're talking about.
So you said something interesting, and I've said this all along. I love the Valley. I like Arizona.
Yeah.
I grew up in Tucson, live in Phoenix, my adopted second hometown. Is it in the realm of possibility that Phoenix gets so hot? And I don't mean 150 degrees, okay? I mean triple digits.
Yeah.
But maybe triple digits 9 months out of the year. Maybe the overnight low never drops below 100.
Yeah.
And gets to the point that it's so hot, people can't afford to live here because they can't pay for the energy to air conditioning and comfort themselves.
And really at some point has it become uninhabitable. That's the issue. Now we're more prepared for it here in Phoenix than anywhere, Bruce. I mean, I've gone just when you go to LA or you go to other cities where air conditioning didn't used to exist. They you can say, well,
when I moved to San Diego, I had to search for a place that had air conditioning.
Right.
Everyone was like, I go, do you have air conditioning? They're like, why do you need air conditioning?
Right.
I go, I don't know. When it gets hot, they go, doesn't get hot.
So we're better equipped. You go into a building here, there's air conditioning. You get in a car, there's air conditioning. We understand these things. But at some point, the temperature just becomes so hot. And what concerns me the most, as you just said, is the nighttime temperatures. It used to cool off.
Yeah.
It used to be, okay, it's 110, but it's 80 at night.
Got chilly almost at night.
Yeah, and now that's not the case. It's hot, and it's just always hot. It's unrelenting. And I worry about it. The number of deaths that we're having due to heat keeps rising.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen in here. At some point, it's going to be too much, but things are changing.
What's it look like? Things are changing.
Yeah, it's getting hotter. And it's not just here; it's all over the world.
He's Barry Markson. Got to tell you,
Yeah.
appreciate having you in here. But coming up next, it's the War Room.
Oh, I'm excited.
Political symposium, if you will. We're going to kick things off. Trump's tariffs stopped. A federal court says no tariffs for you. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gato. So, are you ready to buy a house? Let's look at the inventory. There are 18,000 homes sitting vacant in the Valley. Buy one of those homes. You know, when you talk to the Lund Mortgage team, they're going to ask you, do you feel ready to buy now? And the one thing they're going to tell you is the longer you wait to purchase a house, the longer you wait to start building equity. The longer you wait to purchase that house, the more that house goes up in price. So let's talk about you, the potential home buyer. You've got a perk, and here it is. We have a lot of buyers right now still waiting on the sidelines. You can get ahead of the competition and buy one of those 18,000 homes. Less competition. This is good for you. As the Lund Mortgage team has said before, you marry the house. As for the mortgage rate, you date it. They can get you a better mortgage rate down the line. Got to get that house first. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. Many people gain the weight back after stopping. There's a better way. Using our proprietary nutraceutical-based 3-step protocol, we've helped thousands of people not just lose weight, but keep it off long term. You can lose up to 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks while protecting your muscle mass. No side effects, no rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? You can do this. Schedule your free consultation today at PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
I lost 8 pounds the first week with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Hi, Jamie West here, and I'm now 50 pounds smaller without shots or drugs. And because the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss exclusive 3-step protocol helped me restore my metabolism, I'm keeping it off. The first step is scheduling your free consultation at PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com or call 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440. Do it right now. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, after a lawsuit led by Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, a federal trade court is blocking President Trump's tariffs. The Liberation Day tariffs and all the changes since then relied on a 1977 law that lets the executive branch impose tariffs during an emergency, skipping congressional approval. The White House claimed the 49-year-old trade deficit was an emergency, but the 3-judge panel disagreed, ruling against them. Reality stars Julie and Todd Chrisley aren't the only people that got presidential pardons today. Here's ABC's Wayne Cabot to tell you who else.
Also getting get-out-of-jail-free cards, a couple of disgraced politicians, a rapper, and a pair of shark divers. John Rowland was governor of Connecticut, a radio political host when he was jailed for drafting a sham consulting contract. New York Congressman Michael Grimm got busted for tax evasion. Rapper Kendall Golden, NBA youngboy, gets to skate now on his gun sentence he was caught carrying despite being a convicted felon. And shark divers Tanner Manziel and John Moore were both convicted of stealing fishing gear in federal waters. Now they are off the hook. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
KTAR News. focus on homelessness.
The Maricopa Association of Governments has released its results from the 2025 point-in-time homelessness count. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center to tell you more.
The PIT count is a one-day effort to go out and see how many people are experiencing homelessness locally. Results show that's risen 3% since last year's count in the Valley region. Rachel Milne with the Phoenix Office of Homeless Solutions says the increase is not surprising since there was a lot of effort to combat homelessness last year.
That 2024 data was really a banner year. All of the local governments had a lot of temporary projects that were open. Our shelter capacity was at its highest level.
And according to the Maricopa Association of Governments, expiring federal funds are also reducing local shelter capacity. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
There's a new candidate for state schools chief, with State Treasurer Kimberly Yee throwing her hat into the ring for the 2026 primary election. The Republican says she will focus on teacher pay, student achievement, and supporting the voucher program.
Arizona children deserve a state superintendent who will deliver real results, and that includes someone who will fight to protect their educational freedom. I'm that candidate.
Yee says current state superintendent Tom Horn is overreaching when it comes to determining what the voucher program's rules are. Well, the National Weather Service has released its official 2025 monsoon outlook, and it looks promising. National Weather Service meteorologist Paige Konechny says the forecast shows a potentially wetter summer.
There is a 33 to 50% chance of above normal precipitation across Arizona except for the Yuma area.
Forecasters say we had a drier than average winter, and that can influence a more active monsoon. However, the outlook is also predicting higher than normal temperatures this summer. Monsoon officially begins June 15th. It lasts until September 30th.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
We had a fiery crash on the 51. Let's get the latest now from John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Just now hearing from DPS, we do have a little information. Some lanes have opened back up. Southbound State Route 51, we had a fiery crash just minutes ago, right just south of Cactus, right near the Cholla underpass, and one of the cars fully engulfed in flames, and that shut down the freeway there for a while. But again, the middle lanes are opening back up, so that is southbound 51. You still have heavy slowing all the way back to Greenway. That earlier crash southbound I-17 right near Greenway. That crash has been moved off to the right, and we also have a new crash coming in 61st Avenue and Olive, and a crash at Broadway and Central. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Enhance and brighten your home with programmable outdoor lighting. Biggest savings of the year this month only. Go to aztrimlight.com for full details. John Roller, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight and a low temp of 75. We'll see partly cloudy skies Thursday through Saturday. And tomorrow's high 104, but by Friday up to 107. In Phoenix right now, it is 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room. A political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
Welcome inside. Joining us in the War Room, political consultant Emily Ryan is with us. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
And attorney and former GoDaddy chief counsel, one Christine Jones, I guess I should say congressional candidate, gubernatorial candidate?
All the things.
All the things, yes.
Nice to see you guys, and thanks for the air conditioning.
You're quite welcome, yes.
So helpful.
We got to crank down today.
It's warm.
We wanted to start with something that literally just came down moments ago and start the conversation about that. By the way, a court that I didn't even know existed until a few minutes ago, the U.S. Court of International Trade.
It's a U.S. court. It's a federal court.
It's a federal court. Blocked Trump's tariffs, saying he does not have authority under the economic emergency legislation to impose global tariffs. So it blocked almost all of the tariffs that you've heard about. Now, having said that, I admit and this is our business, I have the foggiest idea what tariffs are in effect, out of effect, on pause, coming back. I don't know how anybody can keep track of this. Is there a flow chart somewhere? Is there a spreadsheet? I honestly don't know.
The key now is to game the system. So when Trump says, I'm raising the tariff to 50% and the stocks go down, buy on the dip,
right?
And then because he's gonna chicken out and bring it back later, and you'll make some money.
Chickens out.
That's
taco.
Yeah.
Sorry. So first off, let's talk about that. Basically, what if I understand correctly, and this just happened, Trump was attempting to use the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. I think we're all familiar with the IEEPA. That allows a president to impose unlimited tariffs. The three-judge panel, one Reagan judge, one Obama judge, one Trump judge says, yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. And basically said, that's the job of Congress.
Right.
Well, putting my lawyer hat on and all of the disclaimers, which include the following. I haven't read the opinion, and I don't even know who the parties are.
And you didn't specialize in tariff law. Probably.
But I'm not the U.S. trade representative who has to be pulling out their hair at the moment because, to your point, nobody knows what the hell is going on. Pardon me for saying hell. The Arizona legislature tried to use a pre-territorial law. So I'm going to go with they win on the oldest law contest.
Fair.
But here, if you're going to say tariffs don't work, there is a court of competent jurisdiction that has said we're going to pull these back. I think your point is really valid, which is some higher court is going to have to sort this out, whether it's a flow chart or whether it's like a Gantt chart or it's a scrum board or whatever the thing is. Somebody has to tell us what is going on.
Yeah.
But I think Barry's got the right beat on this thing. Just trade on the dip.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're a regular person, like we all are in this room, and you are trying, maybe not everyone.
Christine's exceptional.
My apologies.
But the two lawyers are going to take exception to that.
Okay, so Bruce,
You and I, yes. Please, Emily.
I think the big winner in this is Attorney General Mays, who spearheaded that lawsuit. She'll be the first to tell you.
She's one of the plaintiffs.
She's one of the plaintiffs.
As the state of Arizona.
Is she actually the lead plaintiff?
She said she spearheaded it.
Okay,
so she may be. I don't know.
So there were two groups of plaintiffs. One was the states. The other was a group of businesses that all sued because tariffs were impacting them negatively.
Huge win for her. You know, anyone that knows Chris Mays knows she's not afraid of a fight. She's not afraid of Donald Trump. She's not afraid. This is something that she is going to be able to campaign on for whatever it is she does next. And I think if you're a regular person, going back to the two of us that are regular people.
Yes, I appreciate that.
The question you want to ask is, so are prices going to come down on goods now?
Yeah.
I mean, that's, for who has money to trade stocks? They elected Trump because they were hurting, because they wanted costs to come down. So now, is this over? Can we get back to the lower egg prices?
Well, as I think Christine said earlier, there's going to be an appeal, right? The administration is going to appeal it. I don't know if this gets stayed. As of right now, this moment,
it says the tariff orders will be vacated and their operation permanently enjoined. Lawyers, you tell me what that means.
I'll give the same disqualifiers as Christine did, but I don't know. I'm assuming that there could be a stay of this order while the appellate court looks at it. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't happen in international trade court. I don't know. But
so if they ordered a permanent injunction, it's not a TRO.
The challenge tariff orders, I'm reading a quote, will be vacated and their operation permanently enjoined.
Yeah, so you have to stay it then. You don't have a choice, right?
So they'd have to get a court to stay it if they're going to do that. They haven't done that yet. So we'll see what happens. So I don't know that there'll be an actual financial change for the American people on the tariff.
But isn't it just more of the yo-yoing?
It's more the yo-yoing, but I think Trump is going to start to lose interest in this topic. I absolutely think he'll appeal it because he doesn't like to lose. But this tariff thing has been a lot more complicated than he thought it was going to be.
You're right, and it's a loser for him because if you think about it, he announced 4 weeks ago, that he had 200 trade deals already ready to go. They were locked and loaded. We haven't seen one.
Turned out not
they announced the one with Great Britain. There is no deal. It was a detail. What do they call those? A deal point, a deal memo. I mean, and even that.
It's a concept of a plan.
Yes, exactly.
A memorandum of understanding.
And so there's nothing there. So he's not getting the wins. He's not negotiating these big wins that he thinks he was going to get. That Europe wasn't giving him what he wanted. That's why he said the 50%, which he's now dropped back down again until July. He's not winning any of this. And at some point, it makes him look weak. He got so upset today when someone said that he chickened out of the tariffs. He got mad.
Backing down on tariffs.
He doesn't want that to be the brand.
Well, every time he backs down on tariffs, the stock market goes up. Every time he announces more tariffs, the stock market goes down. It seems to me that it's pretty clear how at least the stock market sees this, how businesses see this. It's not a mystery, right?
But the argument he has said is it's a temporary pain to bring these people, these other countries, our enemies, to their knees, and it's a negotiating strategy. Don't worry, it's not going to last forever. And I just think he's going to lose interest. I think he's going to appeal it, but pivot to something else publicly. And a year from now, he will own it as if he brought everyone to their knees.
Yeah.
And it was a great success.
He'll say he would. And you may be right, because it's the same thing we're seeing with Russia and Ukraine right now, where Trump is basically telling his people, let's get out of this. And he's saying it publicly. This is Biden's war. It's Putin's war. It's Ukraine's war. It's not mine. It's not my war. And he just wants to walk away. He thought he'd come in 24 hours and save the world. That's not happening.
You're not joking.
And now he wants to leave.
He literally says, I will end this war in 24 hours.
He really did say that.
By the way, we're at 129 days, and the quote was, this is Zelensky, Putin, and Biden's war.
Yeah.
So that changed.
So he's seeing now he's not going to end the war, and there's no upside for him. He's going to walk away. So you may be right. Maybe that's what happens with the tariffs when he doesn't get what he wants.
But is there a bigger issue? And this is me, I guess, someone who still thinks the Constitution matters. This is the job of Congress. And I can understand why Republicans in Congress don't want to vote on tariffs, because they don't want to stand in front of constituents and say, I voted to raise prices. Right. They want to say he did it.
Right.
Wasn't us. But they're abdicating their actual role.
The executive order is their best friend, because
But how many times have we got in this room and said, the reason that we have to govern by fiat, by executive order, is because Congress will not do Congress's job.
They literally won't.
How many times have we had this conversation?
But what's the solution?
It is atrocious. But I think Emily's point is well taken, which is, in hindsight, in a year from now, he will have won on the war in Ukraine. He will have won on tariffs. He will have brought lots of jobs back and manufacturing and
building
all of the
factories
things.
And coal plants,
it'll be
hand
fantastic.
over fist.
It'll be the most beautiful, the most bestest. It'll be the best of everything.
You're welcome, America.
Yes,
and I don't even take a salary for it.
Thank me.
It's amazing.
Inside the war room, we've got, well, my goodness. Let's just say attorney and all-around awesome person, Christine Jones, and political consultant, Emily Ryan. Of course, Barry Markson in for Gatos. Let's talk about this. Let's bring it back local again. The ESA program, this school voucher program. A lot of stories are coming out. First off, that it looks like it's going to cost us a heck of a lot more than it was promised. Is this program a disaster, and can it be saved? We'll talk about it. It's up next inside the war room on KTAR.
America Roofing. Call them. Mention Gatos. They come to your house, evaluate your roof for free. 602-960-ROOF. Couple weeks ago, called my friends at America Roofing. I said, I'd like to have the roof evaluated. Tell me what's going on up there. Are there any minor problems? Are there any major problems? Do you see a leak? And so America Roofing came to the house, and Tracy, fantastic, got up on the roof, spent some time up there. I'm hearing him walk around. I'm like, gosh, I hope nothing's wrong. Comes back down, shows me some pictures and says, Gatos, your roof, it's strong. You're good. But there is a minor issue, a minor problem area. And what we see is a spot on your roof where water from storms, not necessarily draining properly. Let's get that fixed before it turns into a big fix, a more expensive fix. So I said, yes, let's do that. You need to do that before summer. 602-960-ROOF, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:15. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. What is that strange object astronomers have discovered in our Milky Way?
NASA really isn't sure what this is. It could be a star, it could be a pair of stars, or it could be something else entirely. Whatever it is emitting X-rays around the same time it emits radio waves. That cycle repeats every 44 minutes, at least during peak activity. NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory spotted the X-ray emissions by chance. They're saying either we're uncovering something entirely new or we're seeing a known object emitting radio and X-ray waves in a way they've never seen before. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Looking at traffic for us now. John Roller is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Let's go back to this fiery crash on the southbound 51. This crash happened right near the Cholla underpass, and the fire burned so hot it burned the overpass there. And right now, ADOT IRU crews are trying to clean up the scorched left lane there. So lean to the right to get around this, but the right 3 lanes are open, so that backup should improve. There is a curiosity factor on the northbound side of the 51 leading up to Cholla there, and once you're past there, you are good to go. Also working a crash 75th Avenue and the Loop 101, the Agua Fria Freeway, and a crash involving a bicycle 61st Avenue and Olive. Traffic is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Turn in that old AC for a brand new one with cash for clunkers. $3,000 off a brand new AC unit. Full details at dayandnightair.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
And joined in the studio by the good and the great of the Valley, Emily Ryan, political consultant, attorney, and former chief counsel over at GoDaddy. That's Christine Jones right there. Of course, Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst, Twitter provocateur, and in for Gatos.
Co-host, all right.
And by the way, we are on YouTube as we speak. There is a camera pointed at everybody in this room. Exactly. I would have done my hair had I known. Listen, I'm of two minds when it comes to the ESA program. I can acknowledge and understand that there is a problem in public education, and some parents and or students feel stuck going to schools that are underperforming. They're not getting the level of education that they deserve and maybe that they're paying for. But what we're finding out with the ESA program is maybe this wasn't the way to go about it. Can this program be saved from the, we're hearing now, possible $1 billion cost that it's going to be to the state of Arizona?
Well, yes. The short answer is yes.
Okay.
Obviously, if we thought it was going to be 100 or 150 and it's now 10x of that, we have to probably get it under control.
I think Ducey said $65 million.
Okay. Don't
missed it by this much.
Don't tempt me.
Yes,
okay.
fair enough.
It's too easy. But, okay, so if the numbers are that outrageously out of line, yes, we have to get it under control. But it also says something really important, which is if there are people who are taking advantage of this to the extent of $1 billion, and we have so few problems with it that we're literally talking about a cello being purchased, like that's the most egregious thing, or a Peloton bike or something like that. And by the way, we've looked pretty carefully at some of these numbers, and the bad stuff is really minimal.
The fraud, you mean? The fraud.
Yeah,
Okay,
which by the way, Superintendent Horn has been focused on significantly since the very beginning. It says something better or worse, I guess, about the entire system, right? To your point, which is why do I have to go get a voucher to pay for school or buy a school online for my kid? Why can't I just send my kid down to the neighborhood school? What is going on with that?
Well, and there are problems on the other side of that as well, because there are lots of reports of parents who have a legitimate claim to a voucher, and it's taking months and months to get things approved and paid. So the system is failing people, not only with the fraud, but with people.
The ones who deserve it. Because when the legislature passed a law, they didn't put money in to have staff to monitor this and bring in applications. They didn't put staff in to make sure there wasn't fraud or to actually look through stuff. They just said, we're going to do it, and it won't cost anything. What bothers me more about this than anything is that, and it's changing over time, but still the majority of the money is going to people whose kids were already in private school. You're taking money out of our tax dollars, whether you think it's taking out of the public school system or not, and you're giving it to people who are wealthy enough to pay for their kids to go to private school, and you're just giving them the money.
To that point, Barry, I think I saw a statistic said I think it's 40% of people who receive ESA vouchers, their kids were already going to a public school.
It's becoming
so
less
now we
and
just
less.
took the money out of the school.
More people are going now, but the other thing that we're seeing now is that a lot of private schools are being set up. Before we had private schools that were legitimate private schools. We had the Brophies and the ones we all know their names, and it was good. Now you have people, some of whom I'm sure are very nice and good and quality people, and others are just charlatans who are seeing a money grab. They get to open a school and get private money vouchers, and we're seeing more and more of that where kids aren't going to be really taught enough. I mean, I'm concerned about that part of it as well, because there's nothing with public schools. We do testing, there's all this oversight to make sure what's being taught is right and kids are learning and things like that. And that doesn't exist with private schools. So we're putting all the state money in. We're basically creating a situation where private schools are just part of our state school system, like public schools and charter schools and now this, but they don't have to.
They don't have to play by the same rules.
And they don't have to bring in all the same people. They don't have to. They don't have to offer special needs.
Special ed.
They don't, right.
Special education.
They want to be able to say those kids get to go to the public school sports. I mean, there's a lot of issues to deal with.
And as an Arizona taxpayer, I don't mind the idea of my tax dollars going to education and supporting children. Do I want to send Barry's kids to private school? Right. Maybe not. I don't. I like Barry.
What's wrong with Barry's kids?
But I feel like Barry's capable of taking care of his own family.
Right.
So I think when you get down to the voter expects something different. This is not what we had.
Is a means test of some way, shape, or form? Should there be an income level that you make $1 million a year, you're not going to get tax dollars to send your kid to private school?
The legislature didn't want to do that. Obviously, Ducey didn't want to do that.
Obviously, didn't. But I'm saying, would that be part of a fix?
I mean, I guess it could be. That would be the answer to me. But now you're taking things away that you've given to people. So it's going to be interesting.
It's too hard to take back. And by the way, you said most of the dollars are going to. But I heard you say 40%.
45%. It's shifting because now we're up to $1 billion. So as more and more people are getting in the system, less of them.
That's real data.
Yes, well, yeah.
That's okay.
It used to be 76% or even more had already been in private school.
But as to your point about the means testing, right? So I guess this is the question about taxation always, right? Is there a fairness? Is there a level, sort of setting that makes sense? But the broader question shouldn't be how much money do you make?
Okay.
The broader question shouldn't be did you pay a lot of money into the tax system so that kids can go to school? The broader question should be is $15,000 or whatever the number is that you get off an ESA.
$7,500.
Sorry, more than one kid. Is it enough to make a difference if your public school is not meeting the need for your child, right? And by the way, I think you have to fact check yourself on you don't have to have SPED kids, you don't have to have ESL or any of those other things. But this is super important if we're going to say some people get it and some people don't. The criteria, by the way, nobody will ever agree on what the criteria is, so it'll never happen.
Fair.
But even if we tried, the criteria better be something that you can support, because if you say you have too much money, you can't have your kid get an ESA, that is going to die all day long.
Christine, is the end goal of this to get rid of public education entirely, to get the state, literally, I say the state as in government, but the state of Arizona out of the education business?
So there are certainly some people who believe that the federal government in particular should not have anything to do with education at all, ever, period, end of story. Get rid of the Department of Education. They don't serve a purpose. Parents are the first and best teachers of their students. They should get to pick. They know about curriculum. They know what's the best for their children. There definitely is a school of thought in some of my end of the political spectrum. But nobody really wants to kill education, right? Because education is the great equalizer. It gives people opportunity. What they want to do is make sure that you don't get to indoctrinate their kid if they don't like where you stand. And that is a very dangerous, slippery slope.
Well, I think there's 2 points there. One is parents who are paying attention and who are into education, but they're always going to look for the new shiny object. So when my kids used to they went to public schools, Scottsdale public schools, and charter schools started, and all of a sudden people were leaving good, really good, high-testing public schools to go to the charter school, which frankly were not performing as well, but it looked like the new shiny thing. And I also think the other part of this is a lot of people they don't want their kids with the masses.
Those people.
Yeah. It's like
that's really
it's
dangerous.
It's like when you fly, Bruce, you don't want to sit in the back with the rest of us.
God,
you want
no.
to sit up front.
Absolutely.
And I think there's a part of that. And whether I'm not saying it's racist, I'm not saying that, but they want their kids to be with the best, or they want their kids to be special.
Like
and
my high school was a real melting pot.
And it's not to say that that's wrong. It's not to say that parents are wrong. Of course they want what's best for their kids, but it's not necessarily even what's best. They just think it's more special.
He's Barry Markson. We've got Emily Ryan. We've got Christine Jones inside the War Room. Coming up next, is this the most corrupt presidency in the history of the United States? And we're only 130 days into it. We'll ask the War Room next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, I want to tell you about something pretty cool. There is a documentary coming out. And if you are nearing retirement, it's a must-see. It's called Retirement on the Brink. I got a statistic that I think is just terrifying. 1 in 4 retirees end up going back to work. Why? Exactly. This documentary will help you figure out, are you ready for retirement, and the things that maybe the industry doesn't tell you. Now, we've got seats filling fast for the premiere. I'd like you to join me Saturday, June 14th. We're going to be over at the Mesa AMC Theaters, okay? You can get your tickets right now, all right? retirementonthebrink.com. That's right, retirementonthebrink.com. Sign up for the Saturday, June 14th showing. I'll be there with you, and you show your VIP badge. I'm springing the popcorn and the soda, okay? Sound like a deal? Go to retirementonthebrink.com, and I'll see you Saturday, June 14th. Trajan Wealth offers advisory services. They're an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Don't risk an AC breakdown this summer. Call Rias, your local air conditioning expert. From maintenance to same-day repair, Rias keeps your home cool. Make your AC happy with a Rias Refresh, our advanced AC tune-up, and get your AC running at peak performance. Over $1,000 in value, now just $89.99. Go to reeis.com/happy.
Rias, call Rias. You'll be happy too. See us, REEIS.
This is Jim Sharp. New Life Dental Implant Center is transforming lives through affordable dental care, offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. Half the price of so many other places. But these implants aren't standard. New Life Dental Implant Center uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile's digitally designed, and they craft your teeth from solid zirconia. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
Are you ready to experience luxury that moves you? The 2025 Genesis GV80 blends sophistication, technology, and power into a stunning SUV that delivers lasting first impressions. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. With precise handling, responsive power, and refined craftsmanship, the GV80 is engineered to make every drive feel effortless and rewarding. From its upscale interior to intuitive features, this SUV delivers a premium experience designed for those who expect more on city streets or weekend getaways. Now's your chance to lease or finance this striking SUV at Genesis of Scottsdale. Choose the offer that fits you best and discover just how far Genesis has come. Test drive the GV80 today and see why luxury starts here.
At Genesis of Scottsdale, most new vehicles include a protection package for $618. Lease a 2025 GV80 2.5T standard for $549 per month for 36 months with $5,129 due at signing. $0 security deposit. 7,500 miles per year. On approved credit through Genesis Motor Finance. 3.99% APR available on select models. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Offers expire 6/2/25. See dealer for details.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. How does someone go from getting zero after they've been hurt in an accident to recovering $10 million? They hire Sweet James accident attorneys. That's what an accident victim did after they were hit by a semi-truck and seriously injured. You think the insurance company will be on your side in a situation like that? But their goal is to pay as little as possible. They can't guarantee the outcome, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone and hire a world-class firm like Sweet James. Don't pay until they win. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection.
Awesome. Yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices. Plus, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show. This weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Get out! Get out!
A woman's nursing burn injuries after being rescued from a car fire by a Goodyear police officer. This car was fully engulfed in flames when Officer Dakota Berry arrived at the collision Saturday night. He says he knew there was someone who needed help because he could hear the horn honking.
At that time, I realized that someone was still alive in the vehicle. I went back to my vehicle to get a glass breaker tool to punch the vehicle, driver's side glass.
Berry pulled the woman to safety. The woman, Ashari, is the daughter of Goodyear fire captain Simeon Cheatham.
Highlight on housing.
Home values in Phoenix down nearly 3% compared to last April. That's the fifth largest drop among major metros, according to Zillow. Zillow's senior economist, Kara Ing, says a flood of new listings is leveling the playing field for buyers.
The number of homes available on the market is up almost 38% from last year in Phoenix, and that's almost double what we see nationally. Phoenix buyers have more options to choose from than any time since May of 2019.
Ing says despite more options and more time to make a decision, many buyers didn't take the bait, with pending sales down 5% from a year ago. More questions than answers so far in the push to tighten screening for international students coming to the U.S. The State Department has ordered embassies worldwide to pause the issuance of student visas until social media screenings of applicants are enhanced. ABC's Shannon Kingston reports that further guidance is expected in the days ahead.
U.S. officials I've talked to say they are expecting this to be relatively short-lived, but that is doing very little to calm the concerns of foreign students who have already enrolled at universities here in the U.S. and are planning to start classes in just the next few months.
Not snakes, but pigeons on a plane. And Delta Airline says the birds delayed a flight from Minneapolis to Madison, Wisconsin twice on Saturday night. According to one passenger, the birds were flying around the cabin. One was caught by the ground crew when they returned to the gate. And then after readying for takeoff again, the other one appeared and was captured by a passenger. Delta says it took nearly an hour to debird the plane. Let's check on the roads now and get you home tonight. Here is John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Well, we do have some lanes opening up on the southbound 51 right just south of Cactus. Had a two-car collision. One of the cars fully erupted in flames, and that was causing a full closure just minutes ago. But lanes are back open. Lean to the right as you come southbound on the 51. Still heavy slowing all the way back to Bell Road as you come southbound. Also, northbound I-17, got a crash at the Union Hills off-ramp there, and a crash at Thomas and 103rd Avenue just now coming in. 19th Avenue south of Camelback, you've got a crash there, and a crash at 75th Avenue and the Loop 101, the Agua Fria Freeway, not on the main line, just at 75th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. It is past 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? Well, they could be dining and mingling with brand new friends at the Beatitudes campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. John Roller, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, 75 for a low temp. Partly cloudy tomorrow, and 104 and 107 on Friday. Right now in Chandler, it's 99 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
That's right, and we are joined by our esteemed guests, political consultant Emily Ryan, attorney and former chief counsel over at GoDaddy, Christine Jones, and, of course, KTAR legal analyst Barry Marks. And Emily and I trying to uphold the honor of those that don't have a law degree on today's War Room. Yes, proudly. And we're going to get into some of the law here, maybe.
Here we go.
Well, no, you know, every president is accused of being corrupt. It's part of the gig. As soon as you get the job, they start accusing you of corruption. I don't feel like Trump's even hiding it. Like, I mean, he's not running for re-election, and I just don't think he cares.
Things have changed.
Wait, he's not?
Well, yeah.
Do you remember the first term when Trump, right before he took office, and he appeared with his attorney and the stacks and stacks of stuff, and he was declaring all this stuff, and he was taking a step back from his business and trying to show that he was doing that, but he really didn't. He
never did any of that.
But now it's like none of that happened this term. None of it.
No.
It's incredible.
We've got Bitcoin scams
Meme
going
coins,
on.
yeah.
We're selling access to the White House. You can come to dinner for $1 million. Hey, you want an unconditional pardon?
Yes. How much is that?
How much you got?
It's really bad.
I mean, but again, it's not like they're hiding it. It's not like, no, we didn't.
Well, but Bruce, what really gets me now is in the first term we were all arguing about, foreign countries were buying rooms at the Trump hotel.
They were buying floors at the Trump hotel
in D.C.,
and
right?
Not showing up.
Right, or having their holiday party there or something. We were hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now it's just literally millions of dollars. Foreign people are buying, and countries are buying hundreds of millions of dollars of this meme coin stuff so that they could go to dinner with Trump this last week, right, at one of his country clubs, and have access to the president.
He's enjoying the spoils of victory, and it's
but that's ridiculous.
Really, his round of being king. I mean, when you look at the gift of the luxury jet,
he took a jet.
That's like king of a nation.
But he says it's going to go to the Trump library when he leaves.
No.
By the way, can I tell you what's going to happen?
That's generous of him.
It's going to be a flying library.
Yeah.
First off, that contains no books or paper.
The current Air Force One is a really old jet, which is true, and we're waiting for the new one.
They're building two of them.
The only plane older than that is Trump's personal
His
jet.
one.
Yeah, he needs a new plane.
His rickety plane, right.
I mean, I think if you're going to say that Trump is the most corrupt president or the most administration corruption in history, one only needs to look back about 6 months to the Biden administration to understand that this is not a true statement. The guy was incompetent. Like, he literally was mentally gone, and people were signing things on his behalf. I think Bruce has the right point here, which is they're all engaged in something that anybody could consider corruption. Right?
But I think it went from thousands to millions to billions.
The problem is a national security problem, though.
Yeah.
And so I don't care who's doing it. I don't care what party you're a member of. This flaunting of goods and gifts, it's a national security problem. And that's why it's frowned upon. That's why it's illegal.
The emoluments clause.
I'm gonna push back a little bit with Christine respectfully, because it's not the same. And when people say this all the time, that it happens, every politician does stuff. Not like this. I mean, you people were saying it's the Biden crime family because Hunter Biden was on a board of a Ukrainian company and making $1 million. Which is ridiculous. Trump's kids have made money off of him being every president's kids have made money. Okay, we can say that's everywhere.
Jimmy Carter's brother was selling beer.
This is This is different. A country that Trump himself 5 years ago said was completely corrupt. Talking about the country that just gave him the plane.
Yeah,
it was saying that we shouldn't have business with them. We shouldn't do anything. Just lambasting them, and now he's taking the plane. He loves them because of that. He literally just pardoned two people because he received millions of dollars in campaign donations from their family, including the Chrisleys, whatever their name is, the
reality TV.
Yeah,
people,
I mean, he pardoned one, the son of one of his big campaign fundraisers, who had just pled guilty and also owed $4.4 million in restitution to people whose money he stole from their retirement accounts, and Trump pardoned him so he doesn't have to pay the money back. Forget the jail time. It's unbelievable how direct the corruption is now. He's not even hiding it. And where are the Republicans? Where's James Comer, the guy in the Congress who was talking about Biden being corrupt every single day and Hunter Biden and all this stuff? Where's that guy? Why is this okay?
Well, I think corruption and politics go hand in hand.
Fair.
And that's always been the case. I'm going to go back to national security. What spyware is embedded in that plane? We can't use that as Air Force One.
Well, you say national security. I look at it from this standpoint. Nobody gives you a $400 million plane and doesn't expect something in return.
Amen.
All right? Nobody promises you Trump Tower Riyadh and doesn't get something in return. They are all doing it to get favors from him, not favors from that benefit the United States of America, favors that benefit him.
And how many humble foreign presidents can you name that went on to live a very humble life? Their children are very...
Okay, so assume for purposes of discussion, since I'm way outnumbered here, that it is the single most corrupt administration in the history of mankind.
Well, only 130 days in. We got time. Don't worry.
So what?
It's going to get worse.
So what are we going to do? Assume it gets worse.
Yeah,
assume it gets a lot worse. Okay.
Congress has oversight.
What are we going to do? No, Barry. Congress doesn't do Congress's job.
No, they
we
don't.
have sat in this room 1,000 times and had that exact conversation. What are we doing?
Nothing's going to happen.
This is our fault.
Yeah.
Right? This isn't
Fair.
Trump's fault. This
True.
isn't Biden's fault. This isn't their family's fault. This is our fault. What are we going to do about it? Because if Joe Biden is incompetens mentis, he literally cannot get out of bed in the morning by himself, and he's having things signed by people with an auto pen. And Trump is taking $400 million gifts from Qatar, the housing for...
It's bad.
By the way, one of the single worst terrorist organizations in the known universe. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Right.
Neither one of them is the worst. They're all bad.
Right.
Fair.
Well, again, they're all bad, but there's degrees of bad.
Well,
That's all I'm trying to say.
Can we acknowledge this?
No, there are degrees.
No.
There's, you can say everybody's a criminal, but if I shoplift or I murder somebody, those are two different things. There's degrees of corruption.
Well, but I would look at it like, can we acknowledge like the pardon? I think we need to reapproach the pardon power of the president.
Yes.
Because I can't imagine that it was ever intended to basically just be a how much money are you going to give me? Who cares what crime they committed? Who cares how guilty they are? This isn't, they were wrongfully committed.
It's affirmatively not that.
Right. These people pled guilty. I did it.
A one-man judicial system,
Right.
and I decide. I go back to king. He's behaving as a king, and I am anti-pardon, anti-executive order.
Here. I am as
like
well.
the balance. I like the way the system is.
I'd rather
supposed to
have
work,
nothing
as
happen than
imperfect as it
executive
is.
orders.
Yeah, right.
I'd rather have absolutely nothing. Honestly, I'll take gridlock over king.
Well, but the problem, as Christine said earlier, is Congress doesn't do anything. So Congress isn't stepping up. I think they've passed 5 bills so far this year. I mean, there's nothing happening.
Well,
They're
and by
just
the
waiting
way,
for Trump.
to my fellow Republicans, get your together because I bleeped myself. I'm pretty
You did.
proud
That
of
was
myself.
impressive.
That was good.
Because we just sat here for the last 4 years and complained about the Democrats. And then what did we do? The exact same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys. Do something useful. Like, fix the border. Fix education. Fix healthcare.
Pass
do
laws.
something.
As you are
useful.
elected to do.
At least Biden did something. That we got the infrastructure bill, which Trump had tried to get for 4 years when he was president, didn't get it. That happened.
I'm just going to go
the CHIPS
shout out
Act.
to Kirsten Sinema since we're sitting in Arizona at the moment.
There you go.
For the
But
infrastructure
the
bill.
CHIPS Act, which is helping build a big giant plant here in Arizona, that happened.
But
Things
that as well, yeah.
Christine, to your
bipartisan
point,
things
the
did
reason
happen.
reason Senator Sinema left is because nothing gets done.
That's why she couldn't run again.
Yeah, that
Because she
too.
was trying to do her job.
Christine, I'm sorry, quick change of subject, but do you think there's anything? I mean, they're going to pass this big, beautiful bill, which is going to put.
I think the Senate's going to get rid of most of it.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Ron Johnson he talks a big game and then he always backs
We'll
down.
see.
I think Rand Paul will hold his line, but it's a biggest increase in the deficit ever. And nobody seems to care. And I'm just all these Republicans. Andy Biggs, by the way, who his whole career has been, I'm the deficit hawk. I'm not going to.
There is no such thing as deficit.
I won't raise the debt. I won't raise the debt ceiling, even though it doesn't accomplish anything. And now he's just approving stuff. Everything's just getting approved.
We ran Jeff Flake out of town, speaking of people who couldn't run again. And he was the one that used to do the pork book. Remember?
I loved
He
it.
would do all the
all the crap spending
all
in
the
these
crap
bills.
spending.
Yeah.
I mean, look, none of these guys have impunity, right? All of them are guilty of doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
They
Right.
just spend and spend and spend, and it's disgusting.
100% agree. We are inside the war room again. That right there, that's Christine Jones. We've got Emily Ryan. We've got, oh my God, Barry Markson in here. Coming up next, hear ye, hear ye.
Well done.
Thank you. We may have a race for superintendent of public instruction. We'll talk about some of the races in Arizona, including the governor's race that is heating up way early. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
It was an exciting day at the Gatos household. We have officially picked the paint colors that the Arizona Painting Company are going to use to paint the interior of our house. We're super excited. We're going to go very different. The house is going to look very different. My wife has meticulously picked out some of these paint colors with the help of the Arizona Painting Company. A lot of people are worried about, what if I pick the wrong paint and then, I'm stuck with it? Well, the Arizona Painting Company, they've got folks over there who can help you pick the paint. And they'll actually do like a mock-up of your house, what it'll look like. Let me tell you something that you should do right now. The Arizona Painting Company in the month of May, they're offering 20% off. All you have to do is mention Gatos. 20% 20% off. Choose the Arizona Painting Company. 20% off. Text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you the discount. 20% off. Only in May. Text the word paint to 620-620 from the Arizona Painting Company.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Plum Smart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Now through the end of May, Plum Smart is giving away a reverse osmosis water filtration system with the purchase of select high-efficiency AC units. Plum Smart's offering state-of-the-art 5-stage RO system with a 1 gallon to 1 gallon ratio for 4 times the efficiency. Free in May with the purchase of select high-efficiency AC units. If you want 0% financing and a free RO system, call 602-892-6000 or visit itsjustplumsmart.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. New this afternoon, the U.S. Court of International Trade is blocking President Trump from imposing sweeping tariffs on imports under emergency law. Trump's Liberation Day tariffs used a 1977 law that allows the executive branch to impose tariffs in an emergency. Otherwise, they would have to be approved by Congress. Several lawsuits, including one led by Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, were filed, claiming this move is unconstitutional. A 3-judge panel agrees, saying the 49-year-old trade deficit does not constitute an emergency. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a traffic check now with John Roller. He is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash in the clearing stages, downtown area, westbound I-10, right near 7th Street, just before the Deck Park Tunnel. And that means you've got slowing as you head westbound from the mini stack right on to 67th Avenue. Also still working lane restrictions from that crash and car fire. Southbound State Route 51. This happened just south of Cactus, and the left lanes are still blocked there. So lean to the right, and you've got slowing all the way back to Greenway as you come southbound on the 51. Thomas and 103rd Avenue, you've got a crash there. New crash coming in 43rd Avenue and Union Hills, and a crash at the northbound off-ramp at I-17 and Union Hills Drive. Traffic is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. $1 of each purchase will benefit the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. John Roller, KTAR News.
Howard Air and Plumbing. Time to get your AC checked. We're getting into the 100-degree temperatures, and all the experts out there are saying the same thing. Now is the time to be proactive and get repairs done and your air conditioner looked at before demand gets higher, before the temperatures get higher. There's only one company that you should hire, Howard Air and Plumbing. This company's been serving the Valley since 1977. I've been using this company for over 20 years. I've been talking about Howard Air and Plumbing for over 20 years here in Afternoon Drive. So, friendly technicians, what will they do? They'll keep your systems running at maximum efficiency. Go and schedule that full maintenance and professional cleaning. It's very simple. 602-953-2766. 602-953-2766. I've already got my full system maintenance and professional cleaning ready to go. I've made the appointment. You should make your appointment. All you have to do is hire Howard Air and Plumbing.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, here we are.
Oh, my.
Inside the War Room, the final little segment of it, Barry.
Yes.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Joining us in studio, political consultant Emily Ryan and attorney and former chief counsel over at GoDaddy. That's Christine Jones over there. All right.
Can I give you a little quick breaking news? Elon Musk is leaving the Trump administration. He's out.
Shocking development.
I had June 3rd.
You had the over-under?
Yeah.
Okay, good for you.
Is that real?
You knew what's
yeah,
that?
That's real.
He's leaving.
Right now.
Just came down.
He just came out. Breaking news.
Leaving it after criticizing the big, beautiful bill. He's persona non grata.
I'm genuinely shocked.
Yeah,
really?
You can't leave.
You can't say anything bad about Trump and still be there. You didn't know that?
That's
well,
it.
I guess so.
Yeah.
So he said something bad about the bill, so he's out.
Gone.
So much for
that bromance was quick.
Yes, you knew it was going to end though, and it wasn't going to be
That was like
pretty.
pulling a grenade on a pin. I'm pulling the pin. You knew that was going to go off at some point.
100%.
All right. Listen, we've got politics happening right here in our own backyard. Just earlier today, Kimberly Yee, Arizona State Treasurer, announced
Republican.
She's going to run for superintendent of public instruction in, I'm checking the calendar, 2026.
Yes.
Next cycle
Against Republican Tom Horn.
There you go.
What is going on?
Not a shock if you know her background. I mean,
please tell them.
She started her career in education as a policy analyst. She served in the state Senate. She was chair of the education committee. It is a true area of interest for her.
So you think this is like the job she always wanted?
I think
the job she always wanted was governor.
Oh,
yeah, 100%.
I don't know her
step.
heart, but I do believe she has a genuine interest and background in education, and I think she's a great fit for this role. I'm sure Tom Horn doesn't make
She seems very competent, and I will say the other thing is I think she's term limited out. She's had 2 terms as treasurer, so I think she has.
She has to run for something else.
She's looking for a gig,
and there's a couple of other people already running for the governor.
Yeah,
in the Republican.
We'll
primary.
get into that in a second.
But here, this is really interesting because, to Emily's point, she is qualified on the education front. Tom is a repeat. Superintendent Horn is a repeat superintendent, having held the post before. But if you remember, the last time he got primary challenged, he lost to Mark Brnovich for the Attorney General's role. Yeah. And so it's not unprecedented that Tom could have a primary candidate and lose that race.
What is at the root of this, I'll call it rift in the Republican Party, that Kimberly Yee, again, somebody who's sitting in office right now, granted she needs a job, is going after another Republican. Is this all about the voucher program?
It is, but it's more broad than that, right? So this is a conservative versus not conservative conversation, right? So Tom, who is profoundly conservative, has been branded as more moderate in the more recent months.
He's done things that I was slightly surprised at.
Tom's a very smart guy, right? And Barry and I have had this conversation off air. Practicing attorney, was a brilliant strategist. I haven't spent time with him lately, so I can't say if that's still true. But nevertheless, he has been branded as somebody who's less conservative. And the MAGA crew want their brand exclusively in those statewide roles.
But can I say, I don't think Kimberly Yee is MAGA.
I don't think she is either. She's too smart to just take. I mean, Kimberly Yee is a to the letter of the law person when it comes to running Treasury Department. She is someone that is going to do what she's supposed to do. She's going to tackle fraud when she sees it. I think that if she can make the program better or influence that, she will. But she's not a right-wing ideologue.
But just quickly, since we're out of time.
No, I know.
As between Tom and Kimberly, Kimberly's going to get the conservative nod.
Fair
I'll
enough.
just say that very shortly.
Which will benefit her. You're right.
Interesting. I think her brand, we were talking about brand, I think her brand is competence.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I think of when I think of her.
A great family story, too. Wait till you hear it.
Thank you so much, Emily and Christine. Thank you for
both.
being inside the War Room. We really appreciate you coming in with us. Barry, you don't get to go anywhere. Okay, you got to stick around, buddy. Hour number 3. A lot of people call it the best hour, Barry. And we're going to start it off. Yeah.
They're sitting right here, Bruce.
The Scripps.
Let me get to the car first.
The Scripps National Spelling Bee is going on as we speak.
Yes.
And you and I are going to try to spell some of the words the kids were spelling. All right? Are we smarter than 5th graders? We're about to find out. It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and there's only one person that loves our Connecticut system more than I do, and that's the Gatos Bride.
That would be me.
What is it about the Connecticut system that you love?
In addition to our glasses never being spotty and our towels being fluffy, it does so much for my skin and hair. You know, recently I became a flight attendant and I'm flying all over the country, and you don't realize how important water is until you're showering constantly in hard water, which is very similar to the water we have here in Arizona. I've always been a fangirl of Connecticut water system. I can't wait to get home in the evenings and get into a bath and have that spa-like treatment of what Connecticut Systems does for me.
Aquazona is the exclusive authorized independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson. Visit aquazona.com or call your Connecticut dealer, 602-910-6570. Connecticut water.
Very refreshing.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey, what? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
When my husband passed away unexpectedly, I was left a widow with 2 teenage daughters. Thinking straight was nearly impossible. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. Thankfully, we had a living trust. Our assets were protected, and life insurance paid for my daughter's college. And when I pass someday, my daughters won't be stuck in probate court or burdened with legal fees. My living trust ensures they'll inherit everything, quickly and privately. If your net worth is over $75,000 in Arizona, the safest way to protect your assets and the people you love is with a living trust. You deserve peace of mind, just like I have. If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP Estate Planning.
Call 480-896-9597 by May 29th to save 65%. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. ABC 15 Arizona. We listen when you need answers. And every story we tell and every investigation we uncover, we stand for what's right. Weeknights on ABC 15 News at 6. KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A major legal defeat for President Trump's global tariff policy. A federal court has ruled in favor of small businesses who sued to block the import taxes. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
It's a sweeping opinion from a three-judge panel of the New York-based U.S. Court of International Trade. President Trump has invoked emergency powers to impose his global tariffs, but the judges say his orders, quote, exceed any authority granted to the president under the law that he cited. The judges say the Constitution squarely gives Congress the power to set taxes on imports, not the president. The administration could seek review by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit and ultimately take the case to the U.S. Supreme Court.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
The Maricopa Association of Governments has released results from the 2025 point-in-time homelessness count. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles joins us now live from the News Center to tell us more.
The PIT count is a one-day effort to go out and see how many people are experiencing homelessness locally, and results show that's risen 3% since last year's count in the Valley region. Rachel Milne with the Phoenix Office of Homeless Solutions says the increase is not surprising since there was a lot of effort to combat homelessness last year.
That 2024 data was really a banner year. All of the local governments had a lot of temporary projects that were open. Our shelter capacity was at its highest level.
And according to the Maricopa Association of Governments, expiring federal funds are also reducing local shelter capacity. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Eyes on education.
There's a new candidate for state schools chief, with State Treasurer Kimberly Yee throwing her hat in the ring for the 2026 primary election. The Republican says she'll focus on teacher pay, student achievement, and supporting the voucher program.
Arizona children deserve a state superintendent who will deliver real results, and that includes someone who will fight to protect their educational freedom. I'm that candidate.
He says current state superintendent Tom Horn is overreaching when it comes to determining what the voucher program's rules are. Now, current state superintendent Horn is responding to Yee's claims of his overreach when it comes to the ESA program, explaining why he supports limits on spending using funding from the program.
I've had two principles. Number one, it has to be a valid educational expense. And number two, it has to be reasonable cost according to market prices.
Horn says if Yee removes any limits on voucher spending, it will be destructive to the program. Turning to Wall Street today, the Dow fell 245 points, closing out at 42,098. The S&P fell 33, and the NASDAQ was down by 98 points. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's see how the road home looks for you tonight. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Still have stop and go slowing heading southbound on the State Route 51 just south of Cactus. That's where we had that two-car crash, and one of the cars fully erupting in flames, and now the HOV lane is still blocked, but they've opened up another lane, so you're able to get by leaning to the right, but you still have slowing. Once you get past the Choya underpass there, you are good to go. Also working a crash, Union Hills, just east of 27th Avenue, Thomas and 103rd Avenue. Look for a collision there, and a crash in the clearing stages, 19th Avenue, just south of Camelback. Traffic is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. $1 of each purchase will benefit the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for a low of 75, and then tomorrow, some clouds, partly cloudy, 104. And by Friday, we'll still see some clouds, but we'll be up around 107 for a high. Right now, it is 98 degrees in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show, Outspoken, with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3. A lot of people call it the best hour.
I've heard that.
In for Gatos is one Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst and Twitter provocateur.
Oh, my.
I think that's just going to be your title from here on out. Yeah, you do a fantastic job on the Twitter machine.
You can check me out on Twitter.
You can. How do people find you on the Twitter?
At Barry Markson1.
There you go. I'm at the Bruce St. James.
I like that.
Now, the reason I'm the Bruce St. James is not because there's another one.
Yeah.
But I just hope that someday I get to the point where someone wants to make fake Bruce St. James accounts, and I'm the Bruce St. James.
I just thought you like
That's my goal.
I just thought you like people coming up to you and asking you, "Are you the Bruce St. James?"
My goal is that I get to the point that there's a lot of fake ones out there, and I'm the Bruce St. James. A boy can have dreams, can he? So as we speak,
yes,
the Scripps National Spelling Bee is going on in Washington, D.C. All right. We've got 4 Arizona students. Now, we're in like the knockout round, so I don't even know if they're still alive and kicking in this thing.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
I mean that from a competitive standpoint.
But these are the top 4 coming out of Arizona.
Yeah, apparently super good spellers.
Competing in nationals. This is the big thing.
And
incredible.
We've asked our super producer, Jules, to quiz you and I on the spelling. Now,
to give us spelling words.
I need to know, what grade level, Jules, are we spelling at? I'm curious.
Grade level?
Like, is there an age group or grade level we're doing?
Oh.
Is there remedial anywhere?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, all these kids are young, but...
They're young. Okay, so they're... Are you telling me that
let me
words you're going to give us are going to children?
They read at a better grade level than we do.
Okay. Are any of the boys in this, are any of them shaving yet? I mean, let's break it down.
The youngest one's 8.
This is so embarrassing. All right, go ahead.
So we are going to see if we can spell the words from the Scripps spelling bee. Now, these are actual...
And
these are the actual words they got earlier today.
Yeah.
And and she has not. We didn't go through these words before.
Oh God, no.
We haven't. Yeah.
I told her you can't tell us what they are.
No. Bruce, we're going to start with you first.
Oh God.
So your word, Bruce. Here we go.
I'm ready.
Sucus.
Can you use it in a sentence, please? Go.
Sucus is a noun from African French, which formed it from Latin-derived French. Sucus is popular guitar-driven dance music created in the Democratic Republic of the Congo under the influence of Cuban rumba.
It's where Miley Cyrus started in the African Latin music.
This is the new Taylor Swift album. Sucus.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
S-U-C-O-U-S. Sucus. Come on.
S-O-U-K-O-U-S.
S-O-U-K.
I had the O-U-S. I just missed the K.
It was almost like couscous.
You were right there.
And the O-U in the beginning.
You were right there.
Oh, there were 2 O-U's. That's right.
There were 2 O-U's.
So close.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, now you have to dance it.
Yeah. All right. On to Barry.
I love that one. It was French African and derivative from Latin African.
Because, yeah.
All right, Barry, ready?
I'm ready.
Here's your word.
Can I just have an English word?
Chicane.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Would you like the information?
Please.
Yes, please.
Chicane is a noun from Japanese. A shiken is a chief executive officer and later a virtual regent under the Japanese shoguns during the period from 1192 to 1333. During the Kamakura period of Japanese history, 14 members of the Hoso clan served as shiken.
There's no way 10-year-olds can spell this word.
Shiken.
Shiken. Is it like Barbie and Ken?
It goes back to
Ken and Barbie.
The Shogun era. It's not even a term they're using today. It's not a word anyone uses.
Let me think about this for a minute, Bruce. I'm an attorney, for goodness sake. I can figure this out. I can figure this out. Shiken. I have to do it that way, right? Shiken.
Yep.
SHIKKEN.
SHIKKEN. Shiken.
You got one.
Oh, I'm leaving. That's it. I'm leaving
It's
right
over.
now.
We're done.
Mic drop. I'm walking out.
Done.
I'm walking out. That is the best thing of all time.
Stunned.
You and the contestant both got it correct.
Wow. And my voice is a little deeper than that kid's.
I've got no chance.
It's 1-0. Oh my goodness.
Oh my Lanta.
Wow.
I was not expecting that to be right.
I just had to focus for a second, and that was it.
It was
Japanese from the 12 and 1300s.
Right.
I'm afraid it doesn't get any easier.
Oh.
Bruce, are you ready?
No.
Usacapio or Usacapio.
Those are the same things. Musicapio or musicapio?
They have to say it if there is another pronunciation, even if it sounds similar.
I need the pronunciation again.
Okay.
Usacapio or Usacapio.
Is it an M at the beginning? Or
No.
Oh, okay.
Use it in a sentence.
Usacapio or Usacapio is a noun from Latin. It is a mode of acquiring title to property by uninterrupted possession of it for a definite period under a title acquired in good faith. It's used in Roman law.
You should know this. You probably had to learn this in law school.
I don't even know what letter it starts with.
I don't either. I can't understand him.
No, that's ridiculous.
Usacapio.
Usacapio.
You writing things over there.
He is. Let him write it. What's the difference?
I'm writing.
You can't write.
I'm cheating all day.
Go ahead and look it up on the computer. I still don't think you'd get it right.
Siri, how do you spell Usacapio? Usicapio.
No. Sorry.
Was I even close?
Close.
Usacapio.
Oh, you were close.
I missed by one letter.
You were close.
One letter. I'm in the
All right.
ballpark of Usacapio.
That's impressive.
But it's still wrong.
That's impressive.
It is
That's right. You still get it. I have to sit down.
Okay. Do we have one more round?
That's such an
We have
annoying
one more.
I don't want another one. I want to go out a winner.
Barry, you have to do another one.
All right.
All right, here it is.
Vibaces.
What?
Vibaces.
Vibaces?
Would you like the information?
This is like I went and saw my son in film school 2 weeks ago, and he said the vibes are high. Is that what this is? Vibacy?
Yeah, good vibes.
All right. All right. I'm getting it. What does it mean?
Vibaces is a plural noun from Latin. It means linear, subcutaneous extravasations of blood.
What?
I don't even know what those words mean. Can somebody tell me what the words that were used in the definition mean?
Why did he say external subcutaneous? How does that even work?
It's something to do with blood.
I know, but isn't that?
Oh my God! All right, what is it again? Vibacy.
Vibacy.
Can I just spell Usacapio again?
And they said it's plural. Vibacy.
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 VIBACIE. Not a
VIBICES. Vibaces.
Sorry.
I was not even close.
No.
Vibacy. How
This
do the
is my
kids
last
know?
chance.
By the way, that kid spelled it correctly.
How do they know that? That's insane.
They probably study
Study
practice.
There's a book. There's a book.
Yeah.
Of how to spell vibaces?
Of like all these different words, and then they have to learn how, if it's
like the root of it.
the
and
root
stuff.
of it and all that, so they kind of know where to go when they hear it.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, I got one. Do I get it last? No, wait, I don't need a chance.
You went first, I think.
All right, Barry wins. Fine.
Wait, what was that?
Barry wins. 1-0. By the way, I got a text.
How about some music for my win?
I got a
How about
text.
some trumpets, something.
Text from my friend Mike. He goes, yeah. You probably should have just called in sick if you were going to have a spelling match. He says, my granddaughter smoked me in a spelling bee. She was 7 years old at the time.
Oh, man. The crazy thing is, I don't even know the words they're using to define the word.
Right.
I mean, this is really
I have
crazy.
the foggiest idea what they're talking
They're so
Super.
smart.
I've always been impressed with these spelling bee kids. Now I'm really impressed. That's nutty.
Because you got one right.
I did get one right. I got one
He is
right.
going to lord that over you.
Oh, I'm used to it. He already lords the lawyer thing over me. Don't worry. Like the world needs more lawyers.
Oh, my goodness.
We've got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And is it possible that Phoenix gets so hot that we just can't live here anymore? We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Lowe's knows that summer starts with Memorial Day deals. Right now, select paint, primer, and stains, or buy one, get one 50% off via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets for just $15. Shop these Memorial Day deals before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/28. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Annuals offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:15. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The richest man in the world leading the White House's effort to overhaul the federal government, now criticizing the president's big, beautiful budget bill. ABC's Jay O'Brien on the new comments from Elon Musk.
He said in this interview with CBS News, he said, quote, "I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, which frankly increases the deficit." And then he said, "I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't think it can be both." Obviously, that's Trump's goal, to create this, quote unquote, one big beautiful bill, as he calls it, that is the compilation of his entire legislative agenda in one legislative vehicle.
The White House pushing back, with senior aide Stephen Miller saying on social media that in addition to cutting taxes and implementing the president's energy and border policies, the bill's Medicaid changes constitute the single largest welfare reform in American history. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the road home once again with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn. Well, I am happy to report that the Valley main lines are looking pretty good. We still have the HOV lane blocked on the southbound State Route 51 from that earlier two-car crash, which resulted in one of the cars fully engulfed in flames. That is still blocking the HOV lane, but the slowing is improved considerably. Just lean to the right to get around that. Also working a new crash coming in Chandler this evening. Williamsfield Road and Gilbert Road, Union Hills east of 27th Avenue. You've got a crash there as well. Traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Mike Broomhead at the Arrowhead AMC Theater June the 12th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Roller. You know, you can watch and listen to this show on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Oh.
It's like television, where they just sit around talking into microphones.
It's fantastic.
I didn't say it was good, okay? I just said we have it. It's a KTAR YouTube channel. You can subscribe and hit the bing notification thingy-maboober, so every time we come on, you'll be notified, and you can watch the show. I do have people that watch because they do point out... And one person pointed out, and I don't know if they mean as a compliment, they go, "You never sit still."
That's true.
And they said, "You're always moving." I go, "Yeah, my mom used to call me a perpetual motion machine."
Yeah, that's true.
I cannot sit still.
Yep.
Can't do it.
It's an active mind.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, I like the heat. I live in Arizona because I want to, not because I have to. This isn't a sentence. Right. Okay? I grew up in Tucson, spent now more than half my life in Phoenix. So I like the heat. I'm good with the heat. I defend the heat around the country to my friends that live in other places. Like, oh my God, how do you survive?
People don't understand it.
They don't. But there's new information out that says there's a pretty good chance, like 80% chance, that it's going to get hotter and that it's just going to stay hotter. With the question being, Barry, is there a tipping point? Is there a tipping point in places like Phoenix or Las Vegas or Palm Springs? Again, I'm trying to think of the hot Yuma.
Yeah.
Where people can't afford to live there anymore because they can't afford to run the air conditioner 24 hours a day for 9 months out of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, are we getting to a point where people say, I'd love to live in Arizona? I can't spend $1,000 on my electric bill.
Or the air conditioners aren't able to cool the air enough to make it comfortable inside even. I mean, when
we get it down to 85.
Right. I mean, seriously, you use your air conditioner, it takes air from outside and cools it, but it doesn't go from 125 to 0.
No.
It can only do so much.
Okay.
So the hotter I had at one point last year or the year before, I remember it was super hot, and I called my air conditioning company. I'm like, hey, this is not blowing cool air in here.
This thing sucks.
And it's like, hey, it can only cool, I forget what it was. It's like 40 degrees. There's only so much it can do. And then it stops. So it's a real issue. And there have been studies done on this, Bruce, that say that Phoenix and some of these hotter areas like you're discussing, they could potentially be uninhabitable in the next 10 years, 20 years. I mean, it's a thing. Now, that said, we've adapted in Phoenix with technology, with air conditioning, with other things that we put in place. But when does this end? And the changes aren't incremental anymore. It used to be you'd go 10 years and the temperature would go up 0.1 degree.
Tiny little things.
Now they're saying, hey, in the next 5 years, the temperature is going to go up 1.3 degrees. That's huge. That's monumental change. And it's happening much, much faster and at a much faster rate. So this is – we're not talking, by the way, about whether it's climate change or whether it's
not even making that argument.
Not at all.
We're talking about reality.
Something's happening.
Yes.
And I think we would all agree it's hotter here.
Without a doubt.
Now, is it cyclical? I don't know, but it's happening, and it's been happening over now a somewhat longer period of time.
And I've got some numbers to back it up. I mentioned a term, and I got it from a YouTube video, so I feel like I've, quote, done my homework.
There you go.
Aridization or desertification. It's when desert regions
I thought you were going to spell it.
Oh, God, can't even come close. Desert regions like the Sonoran Desert that we live in become increasingly dry and expand. And not just expand, they move.
Yeah.
So areas that used to be drier are less dry, and areas that didn't used to be are more dry. And so it moves around. And this is just part of the earth.
Right.
But right now, we are in the middle of, I didn't realize, we are in a 20-plus year-long mega drought.
Yeah.
And listen, they're saying, is climate change part of it? Sure. But they're saying this aridization is part of it as well. It's just the desert changing. We just happen to live in the middle of it. There's less water and more heat.
Yeah.
And this is just a reality.
Yeah. And you're discussing it from the desert perspective, but this happens over the course of time. Long periods of time.
Long period
but
of time.
But you go to, even as, I'll tell you, go to wine country. You go to some place in wine country where there's limestone, there's all this stuff in the soil that makes the wine interesting, and they'll tell you this area used to be underwater. This was ocean. You were literally standing in an area that was in the middle of the ocean, and now it's not. Now it's a mountain, and it's a hill, and it's in your, things change over time. So that part can be slower, but if the desert is expanding out here and it's getting hotter at the same time.
And drier.
Yeah, and drier.
Can it sustain life? Listen, I'm a water nerd. Like, don't get me started on the Colorado River Compact.
Yeah, they're negotiating that now.
Don't think I'm not paying attention.
Yeah,
one of the few. But we have two issues. One of them being the heat, and not just, it's not going to get like 150 degrees. It's going to be triple digits. Yeah, we're going to have 115s, okay? We've had that before. The problem is we're going to have them earlier. We're going to have them later. And then the overnight lows don't go down like they used to. The overnight lows stay in the 90s where they used to go down into the 70s or 80s.
Right.
Like, it is changing. Some of it's the heat island effect. Some of it's this aridization. Some of it's climate change. But all of it impacts our ability to live here.
Right. And that's the other part of the heat. It's not just necessarily can we handle the heat because we have air conditioning and things. It changes, as you're saying, it changes the desert. It changes our ability to grow food. It changes our ability to live here. And There's a lot that goes into that. We can't sustain ourselves if the low temperature here is 90 degrees for a month or 2 months or 3 months. At some point, it just doesn't work anymore. So it's a little scary. And it's not like we can change it. It's not like we can hit a switch and it goes back.
You know, when I hear this, though, I do need to hearken back to the late Sam Kinison.
I know you're going to say.
You know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Where he had a great joke where he said, you know, you get these people on TV saying these kids are starving.
In Africa.
In Africa.
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, but they're in the desert.
Yeah.
He goes, don't send them food, send them U-Hauls.
Yeah.
Send them luggage.
Yeah.
Send them to where the food is.
Live where the food is.
Out of the desert.
Right. This is sand. See, it's sand.
You know what's going to be 100 years from now? Sand.
That was a great routine.
And that's why I think, like, we're in Arizona, like, we're going to need U-Hauls. Thankfully, they're based here. We're going to need luggage at some point because I'm not sure what it's going to look like. Hey, coming up next.
Yeah, big.
Attorney General Chris Mays is going to be joining us. I think this is a bit of a victory lap.
Yeah.
She was a plaintiff in a case where she won big today.
Yeah, this is we just talked about it. Breaking news with Becky Lynn that the federal trade court, international trade court, ruled against President Trump in the tariffs that he's been issuing, and Attorney General Mays was right at the forefront of that. She brought the case.
I want to hear from her how she interprets this ruling and what does it mean for the rest of us. AG Mays joins us next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Did you know that KTAR News has a YouTube channel? We do. Of course, you can listen to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and KTAR.com. But on our YouTube channel, you can also watch Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Chris and Joe, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Search up KTAR News on YouTube and subscribe.
AZ Trim Light. All you have to do is tell them Gato sent you. They're going to treat you terrific. You need trim lights. You need what I have on my home. A patented lighting system goes on the trim of your house. You control the lights from your cell phone from a user-friendly app from AZ Trim Light. Obviously, you can use them for all kinds of holidays. Christmas, amazing. One click of a button that says Christmas, you're done hanging lights that you're not hanging. AZ Trim Light. These are permanent lights. 4th of July is coming up. Hit the 4th of July button, red, white, and blue. I'll tell you what my wife and I used the lights for just about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We had a graduation party for our niece, and she graduated from GCU. The school colors are purple, black, and white. So guess what we did? Purple, black, and white lights for the party. It was fantastic. It was festive. It was awesome. Made it easy for everybody to find the house. Listen, I want you to call AZ Trim Light. Biggest savings of the year this month only. So go to aztrimlight.com, aztrimlight.com for full details.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Are you tired of that clunky, outdated AC unit leaving you sweating through the summer? Because, hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi before one of the best decisions we ever made as homeowners. We got new AC with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. And now you can say see you to that clunker and hello to cold hard cash with Cash for Clunkers for a limited time. Day and Night Air is offering $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you upgrade from your old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Cattell Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvisi here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing, plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash, and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV. Or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6:30. I'm Becky Lynn. A major legal defeat for President Trump's global tariff policy today. A federal court has ruled in favor of small businesses that sued to block the import taxes. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
It's a sweeping opinion from a 3-judge panel of the New York-based U.S. Court of International Trade. President Trump has invoked emergency powers to impose his global tariffs, but the judges say his orders, quote, exceed any authority granted to the president under the law that he cited. The judges say the Constitution squarely gives Congress the power to set taxes on imports, not the president. The administration could seek review by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit and ultimately take the case to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Obviously, I would have done the same thing for anyone else.
A Goodyear police officer recounts the harrowing moment he rescued a woman from a car fire Saturday. Officer Dakota Berry says the car was fully engulfed in flames when he arrived at the collision. He quickly grabbed a glass breaker and smashed the driver's side window, pulling the woman to safety. She's now recovering from burn injuries. The National Weather Service has released the 2025 monsoon outlook, and the forecast is leaning toward a more active monsoon season. The Climate Prediction Center forecasts a 33 to 50% chance of above normal precipitation for most of the state and the valley. And it's a welcome prediction after several years in a row of drier than average monsoons. But along with this is a better chance for above normal temperatures this summer, too. Official monsoon season begins June 15th and runs through September 30th.
Highlight on housing.
If you've been waiting until now to dive into the home buying market, you'll have plenty of options, and you might pay less.
There are nearly 38% more homes on the market in Phoenix compared to last April, according to Zillow, almost double the national average. Zillow senior economist Kara Ains says while more inventory is contributing to lower prices, it hasn't led to more sales.
Both home values and mortgage rates were down compared to last April, so that the typical mortgage payment is down about 5% from last year. Yet, despite more options and better affordability, buyers did not bite.
She explains many households faced economic uncertainty, leading some potential buyers to sit on the sidelines. New pending sales are down about 5% from last year. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
In sports, the Arizona Diamondbacks wrapped up their 3-game series at Chase Field with the Pittsburgh Pirates this afternoon, and it was not pretty for the Snakes. They lost it 10-1. D-backs open a series with Washington Nationals tomorrow night. A couple of days off for the 4-1 Phoenix Mercury. They're back on the court Friday night when they host the Minnesota Lynx. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking on the roads now. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Happy to report that the last of the remnants of that crash southbound 51 just south of Cactus, the left lane was blocked there due to that fiery crash, and ADOT IRU crews have cleaned up the mess, and it looks like they're getting ready to open the HOV lane, so that backup looking much better. Also working a crash in Chandler, Williamsfield Road and Gilbert Road, and another crash at Union Hills just east of 27th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here at KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Overnight low, 75 degrees. We'll see partly cloudy skies Thursday through Saturday. And tomorrow's high, about 104, up to 107 on Friday. It's 97 now in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Appreciate you guys spending a little bit of time with us today. Barry Markson in for Gatos. And let's jump right into this. We had some breaking news just earlier today. The Court of International Trade ruled that President Trump exceeded his authority in imposing tariffs on all imported goods and called an immediate halt to the trade war policy of tariffs. One of the plaintiffs, one of the lead plaintiffs in this, was a group of states led by Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, who joins us right now. AG Mays, thank you for your time.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Well, I guess we should start by congratulating you on this victory, right?
It's a big win.
That's exactly what this is for you, right?
Yeah, this is a huge win for the state of Arizona, for, frankly, consumers and businesses, and especially small businesses all over our state and all over this country. This is the court, as you said, the Court of International Trade, putting a full halt to the Trump tariffs, which I think are really the Trump tax increases, that were on the verge of doing great damage to our economy. And we were already starting to see some of that here in Arizona. And I'm just really happy for Arizona families and businesses who are now not going to have to suffer through this. Obviously, the Trump administration will probably try to appeal this, but for now, tonight is a good night.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays with us on KTAR. So for right now, the court found that Trump does not have the unilateral power to issue these tariffs. It has to go through Congress. He just can't do that. So officially, the tariffs have to come to an end. But as you just mentioned, he can appeal it to the Federal Court of Appeals. Is this something and I'll be honest with you, I don't have a lot of experience in the International Trade Court. Do they issue stays here? Do you think that this decision will be stayed and the tariffs will remain in place? Or will it stop the tariffs while the courts deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, Barry, that is a great question, and I'm not sure anybody really has the answer to that. And we're about to find out. I think the interesting thing here was that this court, we were seeking a preliminary injunction. This court just basically ruled on this, which is pretty extraordinary, as you know. And so I don't know. I don't know if a court that just went ahead and ruled on the case is going to issue a stay. We'll see. I mean, it's always possible that they do, to give the Trump administration time to appeal it. But, for sure they will appeal it up to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, which is where cases from the Court of International Trade go. And then almost certainly it'll end up at the United States Supreme Court.
Again, we're talking to Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays. You were part of what do you guys, consortium? Consortium? I was going to say gang of states that were the plaintiffs in this. And basically the argument was, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this was challenging this International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977, which we all became fondly aware of. Is there any legal basis to use that? I mean, can you Do you think there's any chance for someone to overturn that and say, oh, no, we're in the midst of an international economic emergency?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you make a great point, which is we haven't heard about IEEPA because no president has ever, Bruce and Barry, tried to use IEEPA to levy these kinds of tariffs.
I didn't even know we called it IEEPA. I just learned that.
That's what we call it now.
Okay.
And so, I mean, and it's just remarkable that he tried to do this when no president had ever tried to use IEEPA. The word tariffs, guys, does not even appear in this law. And what the Court of International Trade said in this order is, look, you know, is it possible that a president could use IEEPA under some very narrow and very limited circumstances? Maybe, but really no, and certainly no president can unilaterally, without Congress's approval, levy these kinds of economy-wrecking tariffs without, in this way that is totally unbounded. And those were the words that they used, that these were unbounded tariffs. They didn't have any time limits on them, which, you know, most tariffs do have time limitations. Right. And these were wild tariffs, as you know. I mean, they said the China tariff started out at 145%, which effectively is an embargo. And so, you know, and of course, they've been all over the place. You know, he sort of, you know, took back the EU tariffs, and he lowered the China tariffs.
On again, off again. Yeah, nobody knows.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is with us. So, Chris, we're seeing now first of all, I think it's important to note this was a 3-judge panel. It was unanimous. Yeah. And what you said is a really good point, that you just asked for preliminary injunction, which is kind of a temporary stop, just asking the court to say, hey, pause this while we look into it. They didn't do that. They took it on themselves to just issue a ruling in the case, and they found unanimously for you, and that included 2 Republican judges, 1 appointed by Trump. So that's how overwhelming this was.
I'm sorry. Did I do that too soon?
But looking a little bit more at the order, it does say that they gave the executive branch 10 days to complete the bureaucratic process of unwinding these tariffs. Obviously, the Trump administration has already said they're going to appeal. What happens if there's no stay, but the Trump administration says we're not going to unwind the tariffs? What happens then?
I mean, Barry, that you raise an excellent question. And again, we are in really uncharted territory here. And as you know, on a couple of occasions, the Democratic attorneys general have already had to go in and seek what's called a motion to compel against the Trump administration for violating a federal court order. They violated the federal funding freeze order that we achieved. And so we had to go back in, and a federal court had to go back and order them to comply with it. I hope that doesn't happen here, but Barry, there's a little bit of a track record here with Trump and not abiding by federal court orders.
My last question for you, Attorney A.G. Mays, is, to your understanding, as of this moment, tariffs are off, right? I mean, you know, as of right now.
Well, they gave the president 10 days to unwind it.
So we got 10 days to
roll back the tariffs, to bring them to an end.
Okay.
The bureaucratic process of how do you stop that?
Got it. Well, they're on again, off again, depending on tweets. Right. So, like, why can you not just stop them immediately?
He could do it, but if he doesn't do it right away, they can stay in place for 10 days. But subject to the appeal.
And I will say, I mean, the fact, you know, obviously, I think small businesses are celebrating this. Individual consumers are celebrating this. The stock market futures are up by 500 points, apparently.
Oil, Asian futures, it's all responding positively to this win.
How much more do you need to see that nobody wants the tariffs?
You would think.
Yeah. You think he'd jump on that? Well, huge win, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays. Big win for you. You led the group of attorney generals with the AG of Oregon, and congratulations! Just a big win for you and for the state of Arizona, and frankly for the country.
Thanks, guys. Super happy about it. Thank you so much.
Well, you should. All right, that's Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, as the Liberation Day tariffs have been nixed by a federal court. Obviously, there was an appeals process, but they didn't exactly leave the door wide open.
No.
As far as a federal appeals would go.
It's a really strong opinion, which it's which you don't normally see, and we'll see. They have to issue the stay. They may not do it. We're going to find out. We're going to find out.
We've got to check in the headlines on the way, and then coming up next, have you ever had your plane diverted? You ever had somebody sick on the plane? Is there a doctor on the plane? What do you do when they say, is there a veterinarian on the plane? We'll talk about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR. Hey, I'm going to talk to you about Life Changer Loan and about what it can do for you. Listen, I think there's some misconceptions about a Life Changer Loan, all right? You can check it out at lifechangerloan.com. I think one of the most amazing things is that you can pay down or pay off your home entirely in a fraction of the time of a 30-year mortgage. And you don't have to change your spending habits. This isn't some big balloon payment or you got to triple your mortgage payment. No, that's not how it works. A Life Changer Loan is the last piece of finance you'll ever need for anything, all right? And if you've got good credit, if you've got equity in your home, regardless of your interest rate, you could pay your home off in less than 10 years. The average person does it in under 5. Find out for yourself. LifeChangerLoan.com. It's lifechangerloan.com. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices. Plus, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour it through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show. This weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
KTAR News Flash.
6:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Another day, another airline story.
24-year-old Julius Priester of Kansas was on an American Airlines flight from Connecticut to Chicago on Tuesday night. Federal prosecutors say about 30 minutes into the flight, he stood up, took off his shirt, and ran to the back of the plane yelling, "Help me." He then allegedly grabbed a flight attendant, shouting, "You're coming with me," and dragged the flight attendant up the aisle. The captain declared an emergency and the flight diverted back to Connecticut. Priester is now facing federal charges that, if convicted, could get him 20 years in prison. Alex Stone, EBC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. All right, getting you home now. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
And Becky Lynn, there's not a whole lot to slow you down, at least as far as the main lines are concerned. We had that earlier two-car fiery collision on the southbound 51 just south of Cactus, and that crash is cleared away. IRU crews still cleaning up after that, and the HOV lane is still coned off, so lean to the right to get around that. Also working a crash at Williamsfield Road and Gilbert Road this evening, and another crash at Union Hills just east of 27th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona's largest roofer, John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. If you are living in a home you're not going to leave, but you want to upgrade, you want to redo some things, they can help remodel, refurbish your swimming pool that's already on your property and make it look like brand new. Imagine that space outdoors, now modernized and looking brand new, and what it will do for the overall appearance and value of your property. They do great work. Just go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love them. Creative Environments.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here with a lot of reasons for you to choose Gleason Roofing. Gleason Roofing's a GAF Master Elite Contractor. That's an award only 2% of roofing companies in the U.S. ever get. And it means they're committed to the highest standards in quality, service, and installation. Gleason Roofing's family owned. They've been serving the Valley for over 25 years. And Gleason Roofing has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And Gleason did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. And Gleason Roofing cleaned up after themselves. If you're trying to decide which roofing company to go with, I'd choose Gleason. In fact, I already did, and I'd do it again. Or if you're trying to decide if you even need a roofer, visit GleasonRoofing.com and schedule your no-obligation roof audit today. Gleason Roofing, trusted by homeowners across Arizona, including me. Visit GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right. You know, every morning, Gatos, when he's here, joins.
Not this morning.
Joins Broomhead.
There you go.
For the Gatos Big Q poll. Okay, are you ready?
Yes, let's go.
Today's Big Q poll. Should Phoenix get rid of the reverse lanes on 7th Avenue and 7th Street? We like to call them suicide lanes, right? That's not fair to call them that.
Talking about that for years.
Yeah, it's a simple yes or no. Should we get rid of the reversible lanes on the 7th? Yes or no? I'm going to say, I think people think they're crazy. So I'm going to go yes, but I think it's only going to be 65%.
Oh, well, I was going to say yes, 70%.
Okay, that's where you are.
Pretty close.
The answer? Yes, 73.
Wow.
You have a gift.
People do not like...
they don't like the reverse.
Yeah, they don't like that. I'll tell you that, but the problem with getting rid of them is they really do help traffic.
They do. They help speed traffic along.
Yeah, but if people don't understand them, they don't know how to do it.
And they don't help speed traffic along.
Yeah.
You come head first into somebody else with their darn turn signal on.
Right. Yeah, it's a mess.
Lay on the horn. They're looking at you like you're crazy.
Those people should be taken out of their car and dragged.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. So, you were just on a flight across the ocean being the Atlantic.
Yes.
And
we had the call. The call came over the loudspeaker. Are there any doctors? Yeah.
If there is a doctor on board, please notify a flight attendant by hitting your call button.
And I started to get up.
Come off of it.
No,
what are you going to do? Sue him into oblivion?
I did that. I did that for my wife's benefit. She's like, "What are you doing?"
Sit down.
I said, "Do you think they need a lawyer? You think we need a lawyer?" She's like, "No." But it was funny. But the couple of doctors immediately, and they came back and said, "We have a couple of doctors." Apparently, there were several on the plane. So
of course, there were.
They took care of it, and we didn't have to divert. Nobody.
Really?
Yeah, nothing bad happened. Obviously, everybody seemed to be okay, except for the lady hacking up a lung behind us. But
they didn't go check her.
No, somebody should have checked her.
Somebody
Maybe
else entirely.
stuck a little sock in her mouth or something. But
it's interesting.
But yeah, we heard that on the plane.
I've had a bunch of different medical emergencies. I've had to divert before, make emergency landings because of sick people on a plane. But as I just told you, imagine that if there's a doctor on board, please hit your call button and make yourself known to a flight attendant. Like, that's a scary thing to hear.
Yeah.
But what would you do if you said, is there a veterinarian on board? If there's a veterinarian on board, please hit your call button.
No.
Well, it happened. All
no,
right?
it didn't.
Yeah. Monday, a flight from Detroit to Los Angeles.
All right.
had to divert to Minneapolis. I'm no math whiz, but that's not even on the way, is it? Why? A sick dog. Crew was alerted that there was a dog who was feeling unwell.
They diverted the plane for the dog?
And a veterinarian on board volunteered to provide emergency care. Rather than continue the flight, the decision was made to land as soon as possible, resulting in a 2.5-hour delay for the 181 passengers and 6 crew members on board while they took the dog off.
I'm going to tell you this right now.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm not going to make any friends here.
No, you're not.
That's ridiculous.
We diverted the flight because Fluffy wasn't feeling well.
I don't like it if you keep me waiting 5 minutes. If you're diverting a flight for the dog not feeling well.
You barely want to divert for humans.
Barely. I want to go meet the person and see if it's worthwhile.
How sick are you?
For a dog?
Are you going to be coughing up a lung?
There is zero chance you divert a plane for a dog.
Do we know what was wrong with the dog?
Doesn't
was
matter.
It vomiting?
I believe there's some sort of dog HIPAA laws that won't let me know what that is.
That is that is over the line. You do not divert an entire plane full of people for a dog.
It happened. It happened Monday.
That's incredible.
And some poor people from Detroit to L.A. hadn't ended up in Minneapolis for a couple hours while they took the dog
How do
off.
they make that decision? That is ridiculous. It is. I'm angry right now. I wasn't even on the plane.
How much longer was the flight? I mean, just keep going.
Yeah, just keep going. You'll get there eventually.
Oh, my God. That's
my
atrocious.
Goodness. Thank you guys all for joining us today. Barry, thank you for being here.
Fun to be here.
You come back tomorrow?
I'll be here tomorrow.
Governor Hobbs will be with us tomorrow.
Oh, my.
How's that? You
I
get
have
to
a few
sit in for
questions
that.
for
I
her.
bet
All
you
right.
do. We look through the double pane bulletproof class. We thank everybody it takes to put the show together. We got our DJ just in time over there. Our super producer, Jules, doing outstanding work today. 2 thumbs up from her. The pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, delivering all the news and information. And, of course, the roller. John Roller.
The roller.
With all of the traffic. And, boy, there was some traffic today. Thank you, guys. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 o'clock. It's Outspoken right here on KTAR.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's HomeTap.com.
In your career, you've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Ugh, I gotta get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Tombstone Tactical. This is a great resource for all of your firearms needs, for firearms, for ammunition, and for accessories. Great prices, knowledgeable staff, and excellent customer service. They have a 90-day same as cash program, a 90-day layaway program, depending on your financial situation, to take